Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Hello?
I think that's one of my favorite hellos.
Dude.
All right, let's get a microphone check. The microphone is in the yellow. What about now? It's still in the yellow. Wow, it's in the yellow at my regular speaking voice. It's in the yellow at my louder voice. Cool, that's fun to watch on the little monitor. All right, that works. Do the captions work? Hold on. The captions work. Great. I need to turn the music down just a little bit on my end because it's a little louder than I want it to be in my actual real life ears. Yeah, there we go. That sounds about right. If the music is too loud or too soft, I don't know, let me know. I can't really tell how soft or loud it is. It looks like it's a pleasant background experience at worst, and at best, you can't hear it. Okay, let's get all my layering done. Be right there. Okay. Hello. Good afternoon. It's afternoon for me. It may be morning for some of you still, which is reasonable. Whatever you're experiencing, good day. Welcome in. We're doing cookies today. Today is Cookie Club. We're gonna do the boxes. I'm not addressing them, but I am assembling. I'm gonna assemble some boxes. We're gonna make some popcorn for the packaging, and we're also going to make cookies. Obviously. Maybe not obviously. I don't know. Is it obvious that we're making cookies today? I hope so. Anyway, welcome in. I'm adjusting my dashboard here because things moved around. That always happens. Like you get a new little widget, or like one of your widgets updates in OBS, and then like you open OBS and it's just like, just kidding, all the docs that you had in place are now like in different places. So fun. So fun. Anyway, I think we got it back now. Cool. Let me scroll up here and say hello. Sofluff, welcome in. Shayna, good day. Good day. Look at that. We updated the menu. Can you even imagine? Mr. Miami Cool, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. It is Tuesday. It is noon 30, 12:30 for me. I had a nice morning. I had the morning I wanted to have and was expecting to have. I did not want to get up this morning, but I did. I did not want to stay up this morning, but I did, which was nice. I worked out, I showered, I did some computer stuff. I got set up for stream, and now here we are. About to make some cookies. Soflip says it's still morning and still cold, and it's snowing. Oh my god. If it's any consolation, it's not snowing everywhere. I'm sure there's relief in the future. Hopefully. God, negative 33 Celsius. That's so cold. Shayna, it's cold and windy. It is, what is the weather? What is the weather today? Fahrenheit, it's like in the 40s here, so it's above freezing. It's like 5 Celsius. We are we were at the playground yesterday for a little bit. Janu, welcome in. Hello. Ah, there it is. You redeemed a hi. I see it. I see it now. I see it now. Welcome in. Cinderella, hello. Welcome. Oh god. Yeah, the wind will kill you. We were at the playground yesterday, and I was like, we were moving when I was walking to school and walking back. It was nice. I was fine. We got to the playground and it was like standing there for a minute, and the wind picked up, and it was like it rips right through you. It didn't help that I was not wearing a jacket that was in any way appropriate for being outside in at sunset. I was wearing a hoodie and a jeans, like a denim jacket, just like a black denim jacket, yesterday. Today, I only briefly went outside. And it's very windy. It is very windy. I'm ready to make cookies, though. I'm a little behind where I usually am on Cookie Club stuff. Usually the night before I make the cookies, I do the boxes, I like assemble the boxes, address the boxes, do all the other little stuff. But usually we do the drawing like 2 days or 3 days beforehand. So I'm still waiting for some folks to get back to me, which is normal. Shocking. I messaged somebody at midnight and they haven't gotten back to me by 9 a.m. That's weird. Just kidding. But anyway, I need 18 and how many cookies did I say I needed? Shit. Hold on a second. We're gonna do the boxes first. I'm gonna assemble the boxes first and catch up to where I usually am at this point, minus the addressing of boxes. Okay, I need I'm just looking number of actual cookies. Okay. So roughly 40 some cookies. That's 20 packages. Okay. We'll also do the bags. That's what we'll do. Do the bags. We'll do the boxes, or the vacuum seal bags, I should say. I need to put that on the list too. Trinderella says, my whipped coffee was a great success. Definitely better than going to Starbucks or Dunkin', somewhere like McDonald's. And probably you have more than, is it like enough to have more than one? Like the problem with going out is you only get one. I have a how do you do the whipping? Do you just use like do you use a stand mixer? Do you have like a frother? Kind of what do you do with it? A hand mixer. Oh, okay. Like with the whisk attachment? That's smart. I always end up breaking out the stand mixer to make whipped cream, and it's always kind of annoying. It's just like a big stand mixer. I always forget. I don't use the hand mixer hardly at all, and I forget that it's like available for that purpose. Um, okay. Let's assemble some boxes first. Or, yeah, let's assemble some boxes. Here they are. See, this is the boring part. But not the boring part. This is the, we're not baking yet. This is the logistical part of Cookie Club. Usually I do this on the couch while watching television. Didn't have room for the bowl in the freezer. That's always a huge, that's a big consideration. I always have the issue whenever I need the freezer of like having to move stuff around. I'm like, all right, I need to put like a sheet pan in here. How's that going to work? That's my chief complaint about the side-by-side freezer. The way that like this fridge is set up is that the freezer is not very wide. When the freezer's on the top, or when they're stacked, it gets like the freezer is wider. I don't really like those freezers that are on the bottom that are just like the basket, the big like pull-out basket freezer, because I need to like I want to be able to put stuff in it. I want to be able to put like a sheet pan of stuff into the freezer. I don't know. Reminds me of my pizza box folding days. So one of my genre of YouTube video that I enjoy is the like speed folding, the pizza, like the any box speed folding. The guys with the the people with the pizza boxes will just be like, and then it's like done, and you're like, what the fuck happened? And I'm over here like, surely there's a way to make this faster. There's a specific like way to pick it up that would do that, but I have yet to figure that out. Let's see. If I was to pick this up, no, no, no. The worst about filling the freezers, it's true. I'll frequently open the freezer and be like, oh, whoops. I have to move things to put things in. So I agree with you though. On the fridge, the height of the fridge. I think I, like probably a lot of folks of a certain age, grew up with just the standard like freezer on top, fridge on the bottom, right? And I remember when I was a kid, the fridge was great because it was like my height. Everything was right there. But yeah, as an adult now, I'm like getting down, like the bottom of this thing, I'm like squatting down to see what's on the shelf is, you know, not that hard, but like I could see where people would find it difficult. But yeah, the chest freezer is nice. The bottom drawer freezer, I think for my part, my dislike stems from the fact that it's like got baskets and stuff in it, and I haven't had all the luck with being able to just like I said, put something on a sheet pan and put it in the freezer. This freezer's fine though. It works. It works. Trundle, don't let Sofa fool you. The third freezer is just outside. It's just sitting shit on the porch. It's a seasonal freezer. The cabin that we went to recently, the folks in their little guide were like, we have a fridge in the cabin. It's very small. It's like a dorm room fridge. And they were like, you have access to the spring house across the road, which was pretty cool. It's like, oh, I can just go sit all my stuff in the spring house. It's literally across the street. It was a small street, a very small street made of dirt. This is the time of year I defrost the freezers. Good call. Good call. Yeah, if you can sit all your stuff outside for a day and nothing's, and it's going to stay, why not? And the other thing is that it takes less energy to freeze them, to cool your freezer down again. I would imagine that's just cold. No private porch means the smoke room ways. Yeah, you can't. I always worry. I'm curious. There's refrigerators in the city here that are basically like a neighborhood fridge. So they're just like on the sidewalk. They're run by an organization with volunteers who keep them clean and organized. Anyway, in the heat in the summer, I'm always like, these things are sitting out there just baking in the sun, and I'm like, you are just at the edge of your capacity, aren't you? They have little covers on them, but the outdoor fridge and freezer is economical in the winter, but not so in the summer. Recently, not the cabin trip that we just went on, but the one prior to that where we were camping in December, we were tent camping. We didn't need a cooler. I didn't bring ice at all. I just put the food in the cooler and left it in the car, and it was totally fine because it was below freezing the entire weekend. And I just opened the lid of the cooler and kind of let it be for a little bit. Clear the sidewalk, perfect. Yeah, like the moment it stops snowing. You can't touch anything before it stops snowing. It's not working. Boxes assembled. All right. Good. Boxes are assembled. These cookies shouldn't take too long. These are like really non-complex sort of drop cookies, which I'm happy about. They should be a little bit more straightforward than recent ones, but we'll see. I'm gonna do the plastic bags now. I'm gonna get those out of the way. We're gonna seal half the plastic bags and then let this sit. That way it's got plenty of time to rest between work. It's not commercial grade, so I've learned it needs a break in between. Sister-in-law says your sister-in-law has her kitchen fridge, 2 garage fridges, and a deep freeze in the basement. It's great. What do you do with 2 garage fridges? I'm imagining, what would I do with that setup? Kitchen fridge would have like all the stuff, like weekly prepped food, prepared food, leftovers, produce. One of the fridges in the garage would have beverages. It would just be like a beverage fridge, and then another one would be longer term fridge storage. Not necessarily leftovers, but like more, I don't know, overflow for the stuff that was in the regular fridge at home, the regular fridge. And then obviously a deep freezer for everything else. Yeah, the alcohol beer fridge for sure. Beverage fridge. Yeah, whatever beverages you want to put in it. If you can have a whole refrigerator for beverages, that's amazing. I have a shelf in my fridge. This is just like the beverage shelf. Beverage and like eventually it transitions to being like the food shelf, and then we get beverages and the food transitions back up top again. Whenever I refill it. They grow a lot of stuff. Okay, so that makes sense. That makes sense. I was listening to a podcast yesterday about refrigeration, and it was very fascinating. And yeah, if you grew a lot of stuff, it feels like you would have you know, good vegetable storage for like a couple weeks. If you can get rid of stuff, if you like harvest a bunch of stuff and you keep it in the fridge to get handed off to somebody. Dude Mesa, welcome in. Hello. Trinderella says we have no beverages in our fridge unless it has to be chilled. We do have a countertop ice maker. Cold beverages are a must. You know, I've heard we have friends who have a countertop ice maker. And one, this fridge has an ice maker in it, so don't really need the countertop one. But I agree with you. Like, I use the ice maker. I get ice out of here all the time for all sorts of, yeah, basically anything. It is nice to have cold beverages. I do agree with you. I see the cookie in chat, and now I'm like, where cookie stuff? There it is. I just wanted the cookie graphic to be down here. That's all. I had to figure out how to turn that on. I think the thing I just turned on has some sort of chat messaging component too, so anyway. Good morning indeed. Well, good morning to you. It's afternoon. It's just afternoon for me. It's not just afternoon. It's slightly afternoon. It's 12:49. 12:49. It's the last hour of the day where us 24-hour using people don't sound like erudite jerks. Anyway. Cinderella says, I made the mistake of getting my two oldest their own tumblers, and now I have to compete for ice. I mean, you know, it's a strange problem. It's kind of a funny problem to have. It's like, who the f ate all the ice? Who's eating the ice? Do you ever get upset at people for like wasting ice? You see it like dumped into the sink, and you're like, you could totally have poured a second beverage on top of that. Why are you wasting it? Is there a cookie rain? Do I have a cookie rain? No. Just this one. I want a cookie one. But I don't. Anyway. Less dishes, but less ice. The less dishes thing is always nice, though. I'm always on team less dishes. No one wastes ice. It's a sin. It was on. It was prophesized. The end to the ice wasting era. Is that enough bag? I feel like the cookies. I don't know how big these cookies are going to be. That's probably fine. Okay. How many bags did I say I needed? 20. So we're not into the making of the cookies yet. We're gonna get there. These look to be pretty easy. They only have 4 directions, and one of them is bake. So these cookies were a suggestion in Discord that seemed to be popular, and they also were super easy. So I'm looking forward to these. Oh, I guess we're out of plastic bags. Cool. We're not out of plastic. I'm out of the bags in the pre-rolled little situation over here. Anyway, no concerns. How's the kitty cat? Dude Mesa. She is doing well. She's definitely settled in enough that she's pretty comfortable walking around. She's not like hiding anywhere anymore, which is nice. She's finally sort of like gauged all of the territory and figured out where the best spots are. She's got like, you know, little hiding spots. She's starting to get kind of playful and, you know, as well. You know, for the first couple of days, she wasn't playing with any toys or sort of doing much of anything. And now she's definitely more into the toys. There's a lot of like little cat toys all over the floor. So I've definitely seen her playing with those. She's purring, which is cool. She's still not like a lap cat. She doesn't, you know, I don't think that's just her personality. She likes, as far as I can tell, she likes to be nearby, but not like engaged with, which is kind of funny. She reminds me a lot of our oldest cat, our most recent cat, and just in this sort of like a little bit standoffish way, but still like wants to be friendly and around. She's doing great. She'll be out of here in 6 days, on her way to the next stop. The next stop is the Massachusetts SPCA, which apparently, I didn't know this, but Gwen was telling me that the Massachusetts SPCA doesn't have, they like have a lot less cats. And so Philadelphia sends our cats to Massachusetts because there's a waiting list of people in Massachusetts who want cats, and there's an abundance of cats in Philadelphia that no one wants. So Mouse will be going north to Massachusetts in the days to come and hopefully getting adopted very soon after that. But she's doing great. Yesterday, Gwen showed me a picture on this sort of emergency Facebook group. I think it was Facebook. I'm sure it was Facebook. That was a call for a foster home for like a mom and 4 kittens. And she was basically like, okay, if I wasn't fostering this cat right now, like these kittens would be in our house. And I was like, okay, we're in this now. So I think the fostering is going to be a new, more regular endeavor, which I kind of look forward to, honestly. I've had cats in my life, like my entire life, basically, up until the past like year and a half, and it's weird to like not have cats in the house. It's also like, honestly, it's nice. There's no litter everywhere. There's no cat fur. There's no cats. It's nice to not have animals in your house also. Like, but I don't mind if I was like on my own, I would not foster cats. I would not foster animals. Like I probably would not have a pet if I was living on my own. But I'm not, and it brings Gwen a lot of joy, and I am comfortable with animals. I grew up with animals in the house, so it's cool. I'm supportive. I do enjoy animals. I like being around animals. I think sometimes the logistics of it can be difficult. You know, like if you go away for a weekend, what do you do with your dog? You know, see, like, in order to have animals, you still have to have either money or community. So there's a layer of like logistics and obligation that come along with it that sometimes you just don't want to have. You know what I mean? Kind of like kids. I'm not gonna lie. Except kids are a little more complicated. Yeah. And if you debate that, you probably don't have them. Yes, Jay Noyce, welcome in. I work remote, so I'm tempted to get a pet, but I worry about them if I was made to work in person or change jobs. Yeah, I agree with you. Like that's kind of what I'm talking about. When your circumstances change, it's like, what happens, you know? What happens when you do get a new job and you have to be out of the house all day? Like, out of the house all day is generally fine for like any animal. I think most animals, after, a certain period, are fine just chilling at home all day. Cats especially. Cats are fine chilling at home all weekend, as long as you'll leave out enough food. But yeah, like, what if you have to move? And you have like an outdoor animal and you move to like a city and then you have an indoor, like, then you have to keep them inside, like, whatever, there's all sorts of like considerations. It is in some ways similar to children. It's expensive to board animals, Shannon. It totally is. And then you have to like trust that they're being treated in a way that makes them like at least not worse when you pick them up. Right? I wish I had more of a guarantee. I think that makes you a thoughtful. That type of thinking is already more than some people do about adopting an animal. That type of thinking is already more than some people do about having kids. So, listen, if you're already considering that fact, if you're already considering that fact, it's very likely that you would probably do well having like an animal that can deal with being alone during the day. Maybe you adopt a shelter cat that's a year or 2 years old that has an established personality that you can say like, hey, I'm away during the day. I work a 12-hour shift or whatever. I want a cat that's pretty independent, and then you get on the list, and you get the cat that doesn't yell all day and tear up your furniture when you leave because they're anxious about you leaving. You get the cat that you get home and they're like, oh, hey, what's up? Oh, you still live here? Okay, cool. Hey, the food's empty. Good to see you. Just kidding. You get that cat. Says, right now, with 4 kids and 4 cats in the house, I dream of a day without having so many pets. But I bet once all my kids are moved out, I'm going to be like more pets, especially if we don't have any in that. Yes, we vowed no more pets until we were down to only 1 in the house. I like that. Boris, welcome. Hello. I 3 years ago, roughly, we had 2 cats and a dog, and at that time we also had a bunch of fish. So the male cat passed 2.5 years ago. Our female cat, who was older than the male cat to begin with, passed like 1.5 years ago. And now and our fish tank sprung a leak, and we had to emergency replace the whole tank into a smaller tank. Many of the fish died. Anyway, it was a massacre. Not a good one. So we have less fish now too. But I said this to Gwen, we were talking about puppies and kittens and sort of all of the like, well, we used to have cats and now we don't. What do we do? And I said to Gwen, I was like, the one cat who went first was sort of, the lover boy. He was also super aggressive towards anyone that wasn't Gwen. I was like, our female cat had her like old cat era of being alone and, away from this other cat who like beat her up all the time. The cats didn't really like each other. She had her era of that. And now sort of Daisy's in her era of being like the old established animal in the house. And I worry about bringing in, a cat, like a small, like a a year or 2-year-old cat. Mainly I worry about kittens. Because they don't have any established personality. They're sort of like an unknown. I'd sort of like to, if we're gonna get a cat with a dog, an older established dog, I'd like to get a cat that has experience being around a dog and won't be like terrified or aggressive towards the dog. We'll just be like neutral. 3 of the cats will probably leave with 3 of the kids, depending how old they are. At least I hope. It's like, here's your graduation gift. You get a bag, you get $100 in cash, and you get a cat. Here, bye. Please leave my house. Thanks. That's how graduation works, right? Our cats are siblings. Aw. They get along like siblings. Good. What siblings in what era of their life? That's always the question, right? Shana says, we were on vacation once and getting hardwood floors refinished. Apparently it's not safe for fish. Oh, really? Interesting. I'm assuming that it like has like a heavy component that gets into the water. That's wild. Broccoli, welcome in. Hello. Well, Uma, hello, welcome in. Angry Rook, good day. Good day, I say to you. There are 4, so they mostly get along. With 4, I think that there's enough space for like the one who's not feeling it that day to like be able to chill and get their own space. We only ever had 2 cats at once, and like the male cat was just a big kind of aggressive male cat, and the female cat was not, and they didn't really like each other. She didn't really like him. He sort of was just like, I'm gonna beat you up all the time. So she obviously didn't like him. I don't know what the dynamic would have been if we had more than those 2. It would have been very interesting. I keep forgetting to check in. Well, here you are. Here you are doing it today. It's not mandatory. The fumes. Wow. How long do the fumes linger? That, like, I've definitely never had hardwood floors done before. I know paint lingers for a while, but you don't have to leave the house for that or vacate. What did I say I needed? 20 packs? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 packs. Once I didn't check in and I got a strongly worded letter in the mail. How would that would be funny. I could program the bot to if you've chatted like twice, if you've sent like 2 chat messages and one of them didn't contain the check-in command, that after that it would like at you and be like, hey, are you going to check in or what? That would be super easy to program. Also, that would be really obnoxious. Liz, hello. Good day. Welcome in. Liz, we're making cookies today. In case y'all don't know, Liz is like the cookie savant. I'm pretty sure you posted this recipe in Discord. Liz is always finding the good cookies for us. We're making bags. What was that? 14? Yeah, that was 14. This will be 15. Okay. This will be 15. Okay. 5 more. It's a fun thing to search for. I mean, it is a fun thing to search for. For my part, I always look through Discord first, and then I'm like, oh, that one looks great. So I haven't searched for a cookie recipe from scratch in a little while. And I did find peach extract. It's actually, I don't know if it's not extract, it's peach flavor. Peach flavor. But I found it at the Head Nut at Reading Terminal, like I knew I would, as they always have stuff like that. They have a whole shelf of different like flavorings and extracts and all of that. So they're pretty reliable for stuff like that. Yesterday when I went in, I asked the person at the register, I asked her to look for it, and they were like, oh, like I don't think we have it. Oh man, they like went over and looked, and I was like, okay, like that's fine. Like it's not needed. The recipe doesn't actually call for it. Some commenters said that the peach wasn't enough and they wanted more peach, so I'm going to add some peach extract to mine. Anyway, the person at the Head Nut went back. She was like, wait, we have this. She's like, I've seen this. I know we have it. And I was like, I know you do too. I'm positive that you do. It's not uncommon, and you have an entire shelf. They have an extract. These little bottles, right, lined up, about like a meter wide of all different ones. And so she went back and looked and moved some things around and found a bottle of peach flavor. So I'm excited because we did get that. And it was something that I was like, I really hope I get because I really do want these to taste like peach. And I ate one of these dried peaches last night, and I could see why people said that they don't have that the cookies don't have the peach flavor, because they were not very strong. Like they're dried peaches, and they're not super strong. That bot, Trinell, I feel like that bot would be just more obnoxious. It would be so obnoxious. People would be, I feel like some folks would get annoyed at it. I don't want to annoy people. I could do it though. I love those types of thought exercises where it's like, how would you do it? It's like that book, If I Did It. You know the one. It's a pain in the ass to move around all the furniture on the sun porch. Plant stands, cat tree. Right, broccoli. It is like, anytime you have to like uproot yourself is super annoying. Slinka, welcome. Liz, I could add that to iced tea. That's a good idea. Now I want that. Now I want to make iced tea on this stream. I was just looking at my dried dandelion tea the other day, and I was like, man, I haven't made this in a long time. Now I really want iced tea. Liz, thank you for the explanation here. Just in case anyone in chat was wondering, extract means that it comes from the named source, whereas a flavor could be a combined of natural or artificial ingredients that mimic the taste of peach. Right. So this is a flavor, meaning it may not have any actual peach in it, which is totally reasonable. I for my part, in this instance, I don't care because I want the flavor and like, I'm not looking for like organic or any other markers around that. I just want the flavor. So I'm like, if we can get it from a lab, it's kind of fine. But that is good to know that distinction exists. I was also thinking that if I couldn't find peach extract, I was thinking of taking some of these dried peaches or fresh peaches and making a simple syrup and then reducing it like way down so that it's like a thick sort of viscous simple syrup and using that in place of some of the sugar in here. But I didn't have to do that. So. Ginger peach. I think ginger is probably one of the few like in iced tea is one of the few places I don't mind ginger flavor. I'm not a huge ginger fan. It's like spicy. I don't want spicy in my beverages. I also don't like Bloody Marys and stuff like that for that reason. Also, they have alcohol, but like even when I drank, I didn't. Drink more, cook less. Hello, Robbie. I don't know if I said hi. I'm doing it again. Hello, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. You do have to keep things interesting after 23 years. That's true. Or not. This is my career. I figure it worth sharing the knowledge, and I appreciate that because I don't know what that exactly means. I had in my head that it's just like it's not real. Like flavor is just like, all right, it's just not real. Whatever, it's a chemical. Like all of the flavorings on their shelf are clear. Like I can't imagine a world where all of them end up being clear. Oh, shoot. Wait, hold on. Oh, I'm going to need more than 20. I'm going to need more than I wrote down because I didn't account for Lisa and Lisa at the post office. Right. Okay, this is 19. All right, this will be 20 coming off of here. Sofluff says, it's time to come inside when you're wearing heated gloves, but your fingers are starting to hurt from the cold. Oh. We're almost there. You're almost there. Only, Puxatawny Phil says 6 more weeks of winter. That's it. Can do that, right? Liz says you should need less flavor than extract as it's more concentrated. So start small and adjust. Good note. I was thinking that I might do a single batch and that I might do a double batch and bake one cookie, or bake like 2 cookies from that batch before rolling out the rest of them. That way I'll know how they are, and if I need to add more of the flavor, I can. I think that's my plan today. Froggy says, I recently bought a whole bunch of shelf-stable Asian ingredients. I'm lily white, but I love Asian food. You know what? Anyone can love Asian food because it's good. What kind of ingredients? What kind of ingredients did you get? Ginger ale. Tundrella. I like ginger ale. I like ginger snaps, like the cookies. I don't like ginger, like lemon ginger tea. That's not for me. Everything is a chemical. We just take those parts out and make it the same thing or other things. What was I reading? The same podcast that was talking about refrigeration yesterday was also talking about ethylene and like all of its uses, and like it was super cool. They were talking about like salad bags and how those work. It was very fascinating. I forget the name of the podcast, honestly. We think of chemicals in the more of a periodic table than like, I don't know how to describe it. The other way, I guess, we think of chemicals like harsh or bad. Yeah, like your chemicals that are leaching into the environment. Those are bad. But like the environment also produces lots of chemicals. Tatsu, welcome in. 6 more weeks of summer if you're down on the other side of the equator. That is true. Not in Getty, welcome in. Good day. Okay, this should be enough bags that if everybody who... Basically, this is the max number of bags I'm going to need. Including Lisa and Lisa from the post office. So this says... The recipe that I have says that it makes 20 cookies. I am not skeptical of that. I think that I need 46 total cookies. So I think what I'm going to end up doing is making 2 double batches of this. Like I said, with the first one, we're going to make it we're going to add the flavor, peach flavor, and then I'm going to bake one out of that batch and try it and see if I want more peach out of it or not. Because if I do, I can add a little bit more flavor and get that more incorporated. And if not, then I won't. And we'll just keep baking. -20 on Thursday, so Fluff. It's you're living the dream. Everything is chemicals. Everything is chemicals. I need the more you know rainbow. Soft ginger cookies are great. My favorite ginger cookies are the ones from IKEA. I'll eat the whole bag. Dip them in tea. They do have a really stiff dough. You're right. That's why Asian ingredients are versatile. I love dried mushrooms. That's like one of my favorite types of ingredients that you would, I guess, associate with like Asian cooking. Asian in general, like writ large. I prefer chewy cookie, Tatsu. I go back and forth. The ginger snaps from IKEA that you can dip in the tea are great. If I don't have a hot beverage, maybe the softer ones. Turned out I don't eat the ginger with sushi either. I don't know. I just don't. It's like spicy, but it's not hot. It's like just spicy in your mouth. It's like spicy sour, which I don't really like. We are going to take a quick break here. While we do that, I'm going to put the sealer over on the counter there, and I'm going to wash the few dishes that are in the sink. And then we're going to, after this, I think I might make the popcorn after this. I think I might make the popcorn, and then we'll get into making cookies. Actually, no, let me make the cookies. I don't even know. Let's take a quick break while I decide what to do next. Okay. Tatsu says the Asian ingredients are mostly dried rice, mung beans, vermicelli, dried shrooms, dashi, and soup-based concentrates like tonkatsu, miso. I already have the homemade chili paste. Oh man, you're set. You're set. It's kind of amazing. Sounds like a great shopping trip. Here comes the words on stream. Here comes a quick 3-minute ad. We'll be right back. The ad's happening if you're watching on Twitch.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Let's... What is that? What is that big word? That is a lot of letters for a big word. Pipeline. Good one. Good one. It's always funny with the big words in the words on stream, like when you see them and then you're like, oh, obviously it's pipeline. But like, I was staring at it. I didn't see that, you know? You just look at it and they just kind of jumble all together. Like pipeline it is. All right. I am just doing some quick dishes here. I think maybe we'll make the cookies next. Cookies, and then while those are just sitting out and kind of drying, we'll do the popcorn. So I'm not going to pack them until later. I like the popcorn to cool off a little bit. I don't like to make it and then immediately pack with it. But I also want the cookies to have time to cool off, so that they're not still hot and steamy when they go in the packaging, because then they get too wet. They retain too much moisture. They need to like dry out a little bit. They need to come to room temperature. Anyway, we are getting through this last little section. And I neglected, there we go. Neglected to turn that camera on, and I meant to, but I didn't. Anyway, if you were experiencing an ad on Twitch, welcome back. Thank you for your patience. I specifically, appreciate it. Ads aren't everyone's favorite thing, but they do happen on the channel, and we can't help it. While we're finishing up this Words on Stream game, I am finishing up the dishes that I started. And I'll be back in just a moment. I decided, so while we were taking a little break here, I decided that I would do the cookies next and not the popcorn, because that will give the cookies a little more time to come down to room temperature after being baked, so that they are not letting off steam into the packaging when they are packaged, because that is bad. We don't want them to end up being soggy cookies. Last guesses, y'all. Get them in. Get them in. All right. Very good. You're right there. I got 3 more things in here, and one of them I actually need for baking today. So just one sec. Here we go. All right. We're done. Come on. Come on back over here. We did it. We did it. All right. Megan, welcome in. Hello. Nice to see you. All right. We've got our bags done. I'm going to move these. We're going to move these off to the side for now, along with our boxes, so that we can get started on the cookie baking. So we're going to do the cookies first. With these, like I said, I'm gonna make a double batch to start, because the volume of ingredients that goes in here doesn't seem like too much for my mixer. 3/4 cups of all-purpose flour, a stick of butter, brown sugar, 1/4 cup of light brown sugar, 1/4 cup of dark brown sugar, 1/4 cup of sugar. So for those of you all playing along, that's 3/4 cups of flour, 3/4 cups of sugar, 1 egg, 1 stick of butter, 1.5 cups of rolled oats, 1/2 cup of chopped dried peaches, 1/2 cup of chopped walnuts, 1/2 cup of white chocolate chips. Actually, that does seem like a lot of ingredients. Here's what I think I'm gonna do. We're gonna make yeah, let's try to make a double batch. We're gonna give it a try. Am I gonna give this a try? So we cream together the butter and sugar, then we add the egg, then we add the flour, then the oats, peaches, walnuts, and white chocolate chips. Mix until combined. Okay, so this is pretty straightforward. Dan, hello, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. This is fairly straightforward as far as cookie recipes go, and I'm pretty sure I can double this one. I'm also gonna add like I said, a bit of peach flavor to this. So we're gonna be modifying. I usually come in last on the John Long marble races. Do y'all like marbles on stream? I've never actually played marbles on stream. I've watched marbles on stream. For me, it's really fascinating to like watch marbles in the same way that it was fascinating to watch the screensaver on Windows 95. Marbles on stream is like an upgraded version of a Windows 95 screensaver for me. Specifically, the one with the tubes that like went all around. Do you know that one? That's the one. That's what Marbles reminds me of. It's kind of fun. Meanwhile, anyone who's like under a certain age is like, what? What does that mean? Let's do a weight. We're gonna do like a weight outlay on this one. Not outlay. But I'm gonna convert these numbers to weights and then double that. So I know like what to do for a double batch. Dan, you can't forget that one, right? No, you can't. There were like 2 different colors, maybe 3. Then they started from the middle, and then you were like, they sort of like built out, and then it got to be like too many pipes on the screen, and then it just like washed away, and then it started again. Oh my God. And then there was the one that you were walking through the hallway, sort of like a weird labyrinthian situation. That was kind of fun. Flying pigs with a screensaver of Max. Really? That's super fun. The flying toasters. Is that where Nyan Cat came from? The other day, Calvin was listening to music, and the song that was the original song that the Hamster Dance music was based on came on. And I was like, Hold up. Hold up. What are we listening to? It was just a really slow version of the hamster dance. That was like the original one. It was a song called Whistle Stop. Anyway, it came on and my brain kind of melted a little bit. It was great. Mesmerizing is watching the bubbles merge and pop in my morning coffee. Mesmerizing is watching the bubbles merge and pop on the Windows 2000 screensaver. Shanna, I don't remember the flying toasters because I didn't have a Mac until like 2008, I think. 6 maybe. Even locked in memory. I hadn't thought about this pipe simmer forever. Well, I haven't either, but I just thought about marbles and stream and it was the first thing that came up. It really was. All-purpose flour, 1 cup is 142 grams. So 0.75 cups of that is 106, and I need double that, so 213 grams of flour. I don't need to double, so 1 teaspoon. I don't need to weigh that. To stick half a cup of light brown sugar. Brown sugar is 198, so half of that is 99, right? Yeah. $99 grams of light brown sugar, 99 grams of dark brown sugar, 99 grams of regular sugar, 2 eggs. We're gonna weigh the oats because I don't have like a conversion chart on my fridge for oats. So we're gonna weigh the rest of those things. The oats, the dried peaches, the walnuts. We're not gonna weigh it. We're actually gonna measure because they're all 1 cup. So like I can just fill a cup measure. Super easy. My office got up and did the hamster dance. I love that. Dig down, 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 dig down, 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 down. Man, explaining the internet from like the early 2000s makes you sound insane. Like, yeah, we didn't really have memes, but like, you just kind of like send people this web page that like had music and moving graphics on it and be like, look at this, isn't this funny? And then like everyone knew about it, and then that music was just like everywhere, and then did that again and again. Rocky says I've never owned an Apple product, but my dad and brother swore by them. I didn't until I was out of college. I was a Windows user until college. Through college. And then I bought a MacBook as like my first post-college laptop. I don't know why. I think Gwen had one, and I was just like, that seems fine. It could have been What Does the Fox Say? It could have been What Does the Fox Say? It could have been Badger Mushroom. Could have been that one. In a small bowl, whisk together the flour, baking soda, and salt. In a stand mixer fitted with a paddle attachment, cream butter and sugars until light and fluffy. Okay. So let's get the butter in here, and then we'll just measure the sugar right into this bowl. So we need a bowl for the dries. We need a bowl, 2 bowls. 1 for the dry oats, chocolate chips, and walnuts, and 1 for the dry flours and such. Sita, I'm sorry. Should we have the hamster dance redeem? Maybe the hamster dance could just be a sound. And it's only... That would be so bad. If the hamster dance was a sound, it could only be like the first part of it. Like the first... That's it. Just that part. Because otherwise stream would end. And it would just become the hamster dance now. First he tortures me with Daddy, please. Now he wants to torture me with the hamster dance. Not intentionally, it's not meant to be torture, but I see where you're coming from, and I don't disagree. It's better than Carol Muldanson. Oh God, I don't know that. I don't want to admit that I don't know that one.
Excuse me, Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Daddy? Sorry. I'm sorry. Daddy? Bye.
Broccoli says the blog I started in '99 was so embarrassing given the graphics tools I had at my disposal back then. Yeah, we've come a long way. Was it on GeoCities? Was it on GeoCities? We all had a GeoCities website, didn't we? Okay. Wait, no. I want to do this in, because I want to measure out for everything, right? So we have double batch 1, double batch 2 flours, double batch 1, double batch 2 for the dry ingredients, and that's it, because the wet ingredients just go into here. Okay, cool. We need to prep ingredients. That's what we need to do now. All right. So let's do that. I'm going to batch make this. Had a GeoCities? I definitely had a GeoCities website. And no, you cannot. No, I will absolutely not tell you what it was. It's not online anymore. I've checked recently. The last time I checked was like literally a couple weeks ago. I was going through and cleaning up search results. I was a Gaia Online kiddo. Excellent. It's funny because there's everything sort of evolved incrementally, right? I'm wondering do the youth still make web pages? Is that I'm just imagining that anyone can make a web page on Wix now, and it looks so much nicer and easier. This is not an ad for Wix. I don't know if it's any easier. Okay. Flour, baking soda, and salt. So let's just get our flours measured out. We're measuring our flours. So flour, I said we needed 213 grams. I'm too old to know that. I think they just make YouTubes. You're probably not wrong. $213 grams of flour. Perfect. So flour. Easy. Yeah, and these are 4-cup containers, and that looks like about 1.5 cups worth of flour. That's good. Okay, so flour we're finished with. Dig it down, 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 dig it down, 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 down. I remember when MySpace was a thing. When Murdoch bought it, the bloggers left and indie musicians were all that was left. And then it came back 15 years later for 10 seconds. They were like, MySpace is going to be cool again. Everybody get back. And people were like, nah. And then they were like, we weren't kidding. You should come back. And people were like, nah. 1 teaspoon of baking soda. And it says a pinch So this is important. A pinch of salt. A pinch. So that's 2, right? 1, we're doubling it, 2, 1, 2. I put a little extra in that last one. There we go. Okay. A pinch of salt. Whisk these together. I love these quart containers. Yeah, they're the best. The Chinese containers. The paper ones you mean? I love those paper containers. These are amazing. These are my favorite, like, just kitchen thing. If you're like, what's your favorite kitchen tool? Like, mine's super boring. My favorite kitchen tool is a bench scraper, and literally a bench scraper and a quart container. And maybe a big spoon, just like a big, huge spoon. Kathy, welcome in. It is cookie day. It is indeed cookie day. We're prepping ingredients right now. So we did the boxes. Folded the boxes. I made the bags for the cookies to go in, and then we're now moving on to making the mise. We're making 2 double batches of cookies, and we're just getting all the ingredients together. I would have assumed it was your bench scraper and your scale. You know, the scale, like, if I'm picking top 5, the scale is definitely in there. I think number 1, like, top 5, if you were to be like, sort of, it's hard. Like, where do you draw the line? Like, is a knife a tool? Like, a knife is a tool, but so is a pot, right? So is I don't know, the stove, I guess, when it comes down to it. Like, where is the line if you were to say, like, these are my top 5 favorite kitchen tools? Scale, quart container, yeah, scale would be in there. Bench scraper. A utility knife. If we assume things like cutting boards. Yeah, probably a utility knife and a spoon, like a big spoon. Dalio, I'm doing great. Welcome in. How's your Tuesday? I started to say Thursday. It's not that. Mine are my Sentoku knife, Broccoli says, and my cutting board. I don't mess with any of my knives. I just got some new knives from a friend of mine, actually. I was thinking about doing a stream. They're not new. They're actually very old. But he gave me a set of 3 Sabatier knives that are just like older. They need to be cleaned up and they need to be sharpened. So I need to do that at some point. Liz says, if you could only use 1 utensil to eat with for the remainder of the year, what would you choose? Fork, knife, spoon, or spork? Could we add chopsticks to that? Although that would preclude. I probably wouldn't pick chopsticks. I might though. I love eating with chopsticks. I would say I would say a spork. I would say a spork, because that's like, or maybe, I don't know. I might just have to eat soup with a fork at that point. I might have to eat soup with a fork, and just like tip the bowl up. The wooden spoons in my meat masher. Yeah, if you do a lot of like pan meat in a pan, the masher is like amazing. $200 would choose my soup spoon. I eat too much hot and sour soup to choose a fork. That's reasonable. You could sleeve. That's what I was thinking. I was like, fork, drink the soup. But yeah, like from a perspective of like a kitchen tool, I would take a big spoon so that I can use it for like stirring things or like moving things around on a hot pan, that type of thing. Just drink the soup. You can totally drink this soup. The other day, Calvin, I got so frustrated with Calvin because he was like, I can't eat the soup when I pick up the bowl. And I'm like, yes, you can. Like literally just, and he was like, but I can't get any of the big ingredient, like the stuff. I can't get the stuff. It's just the liquid. And I was like, one hand with the bowl, one hand with the spoon, like shovel it in. Like, you got this. You got this. Like coaching a child to eat soup is just not what I had on my list that day. You know, I can't eat with chopsticks at all. You know, they do make these, which are super fun. They have a little, you can get yours without a little shark accompaniment. But they make these. Calvin uses these occasionally. I'm trying to get him to use regular chopsticks, but he's working on it. Darlia says I eat soup with a spoon. I tend to do that as well. Pasta bowls, got it. That makes more sense. Put a lot of things in my soup. Drinking isn't really satisfying. No, sometimes not. Yeah, and I think it was just like I don't know what the issue was that day. I was just like, dude, you gotta eat the soup. Part of me was thinking maybe a knife, because then once I cut it, I could eat it with my hands. I can pick something up with a knife or fork and tear it with my teeth like an animal. You totally could. I would probably not, from an eating perspective, I'd probably not pick a knife. But yeah, like what happens if you get a big thing that needs a knife? Like a meat. Add the flour mixture, oats, peaches, walnuts, and white chocolate chips. Okay, let's add the oats. Let's get the oats out. We'll measure out 3 cups of rolled oats per situation here. So we'll measure out 3 and then we'll weigh the next one, because it doesn't need to be. I don't need to measure both. We can just use weight. 2, 3, 336. All right. I mean, I'm still going to use the same scoop, but we'll try to get to the same weight. That way we're even. 334. Oh, I need to add a little more. There we go. Okay. Bamboo chopsticks aren't slippery. The Korean stainless steel ones are. I like bamboo chopsticks. The stainless steel chopsticks I have a hard time using. For the reason of they are slippery. Not in my hand, but like on the food. True that you can use chopsticks as like a stabbing implement. That is. Whoa! I just knocked that flour over, but it was like a very slow knockover and nothing came out of the container. Perfect. Okay, Alley Cat, welcome in. Hello. We're doing Cookie Club today. Okay, sugars. Okay, flour, baking soda, and salt are in here. Oatmeal is in here. I need the peaches, walnuts, and white chocolate. I'm gonna add. Sorry, we need one more container added to the lineup here. One more container because I did. Because there's a lot of oats. These are, in fact, oatmeal cookies, as we're coming to find out. You need to cut these peaches too. It says 1/2 a cup of chopped dried peaches. These are dried peaches. Woo! They smell like strongly of peach. Not badly. They smell very strongly of peach. We're going to chop some of these up. Listening in the car as I drive. Enjoy your drive. Good luck with your appointment. Yeah, these look nice. Kathy, thank you for your resub. I appreciate you. Good to have you. All right, we need a cup of white chocolate chips in each. Cup of white chocolate chips. I suppose this is the cream element of the peaches and cream cookies, because there's no actual cream in here. I think this is what we're supposed to be led to believe is the cream element, the chocolate chips. A cup of walnuts in each. So these are chunky kinds of cookies. They are like, hold on. I need chopped walnuts. These are not chopped. These are walnut halves. So let's chop some walnuts. Dahlia says, I tried eating frozen mango fruit. I didn't like it. Was it the fruit or the fact that it was frozen? I don't really like eating frozen fruit in general. Like in a smoothie, sure. Let me wash my hands here. I don't, in a smoothie, I'm all for it, but I feel like I read you on the satisfying and not satisfying situation. I love mango, though. I don't think I've ever eaten a piece of frozen mango. I've eaten a lot of dried mango. And we get fresh mango every once in a while. Calvin really likes fresh, and he really likes fresh anything. It's funny, complete aside, but this melon over here, I got this at Reading Terminal, and this morning Calvin looks at this, and he guessed I didn't see it yesterday, but he looked at this morning and he goes, that watermelon really doesn't look very good. And my response was, it's not a watermelon. It is, in fact, a Parto melon, which I've never heard of before. But I've never had this before, and they had it at Reading Terminal, and I was like, let's give it a shot. So we'll see how this goes. I'll probably cut that up at some point. I might cut that up on stream on Wednesday. Tomorrow is Wednesday. Okay, we're gonna chop some pecans here. It says a half a cup of chopped walnuts. Sorry, not pecans, walnuts. So let's give these a little chop. Make sure there's no huge chunks in here. And we'll do a cup of these in each container. I want to get one more pass through here. Don't want any huge, big pieces. That would complicate the dough. All right. Carlo, welcome in. Sophia says frozen cherries are good. I've had frozen cherries in the house, but I admit that I've never actually eaten them frozen. Whenever we have frozen fruit, it's almost always just to go into smoothies. Or The other thing that I do with frozen fruit is I make compote out of it. So if we're doing like pancakes or waffles or French toast or any of that type of stuff on the in the morning or at night, literally anytime, I can just pull out some frozen fruit before I start doing anything, toss it in a pot with some sugar and like a little tiny bit of water, and then 30 minutes later when I finish making pancakes, I have a little compote. That's the main reason I keep frozen fruit around. It's not to eat it myself. It is, but it's to eat it in the form of a sweetened topping for my breakfast, basically my breakfast pastries. Because what is French toast if not a breakfast pastry, really? Ooh, broccoli, homegrown frozen blueberries sounds fantastic. Those I would probably eat just like a big handful of those in a bowl with some peanut butter, or not peanut butter, sun butter. I do one of my nighttime snacking situations is I just call it a snack bowl, which is basically a big it's basically like a bowl like this, and I line the bottom of it with sun butter, and then I just put stuff in it. Whatever, marshmallows, pieces of chocolate chip, little dried pieces of fruit, literally anything from the house, pieces of chocolate chips, whatever, fruit from the crisper or from the fridge. But I definitely would put frozen blueberries in there because they would thaw by the time I finished making the thing in the air. That's my like degen snack time situation. Fellas, welcome in. I'm all for trying WTF is that ingredients. I agree. I like the diversity of ingredients. I sometimes worry, am I going to be allergic? As someone who has food allergies, I will occasionally, when I'm trying something new, be a little worried over it because I know what it's like to have a reaction when I eat something. And it's not pleasant, and it's always a surprise. So I'm still I'm always a little reluctant to try new things in an environment where I don't have an outlet. Does that make sense? Fellas, hello. First to work today, a little bit. Just a little bit. Hopefully not too taxing. Welcome in. Enjoy your lurk. Frozen strawberries. You know what? I love freeze-dried strawberries. Freeze-dried are my preferred non-fresh strawberry. The only problem with freeze-dried strawberries is you end up eating way more than you would if you had like fresh strawberries. It's like a lot. Carlos says, I keep forgetting to try to keep frozen fruit around, mostly focused on everything else, and that's forgivable. We go through seasons. Right now, I'm not in a frozen fruit season. Calvin for breakfast is in a cereal with milk season. So he is not smoothie focused at the moment. When we get into the summer months, he definitely, at least historically, has become more smoothie focused. And that's when I start having, that's when I start buying a lot more frozen fruit. One does not beget the other. If I buy more frozen fruit, he's not all of a sudden going to start having smoothies for breakfast. And I'm not all of a sudden going to start eating it for snacks. So I kind of take it in the seasonal cycle and buy it that way. So I feel you. Broccoli says, I was never allergic to anything until my mid-40s, and then it was just like tree pollen. Yeah. Tree pollen indeed. I did an allergy test like a couple months back, and tree pollen was one of the things they were like, oh yeah, you're allergic to that. To which I was like, okay, cool. Which trees? And they were like, yeah, I was like, no, like which one? Does it matter? And they were like, just tree pollen, seasonal pollen. It's like, okay, thanks. So okay, let's cut these peaches up now. So I have my rolled oats. Yep. My walnuts and my white chocolate chips. And now I need to cut up some of these dried peaches. Darlia says, I have Lyme disease and mold illness and I'm on a food diet. Yeah, and Lyme pops up in weird ways. I'm glad we've reached a point in like medicine where people actually recognize Lyme disease. My mom had Lyme when I was a kid, and the doctor was like, you don't have Lyme disease, and like they wouldn't test her for it for like a long time. And then they finally did, and she had it, and they'd like had it for like a year without getting any sort of doctor to like believe her that she had it. And so I'm thankful now that when you're like, hey, I need to be tested for Lyme, there's a recognition of like, hey, this is a serious disease. We should take it seriously. Carl says there is an exception. I always make sure to stock up on cranberries. Yeah. Cranberries are a fall seasonal, I think. My sister had to send her blood to Germany to get her Lyme diagnosis. It was ridiculous. Yeah, like what the like it's kind of nuts. I got bit by a tick on a trip that we had, and I went to the doctor's office like to get it tested, and they like gave me a big runaround about it, and I was very adamant. I may have cried in the waiting room. But I did get them to test it. All right. I am just taking these dried peaches and chopping them into little teeny bits, small bits, little bits about the size of a walnut piece, right? Doctor said the same to me. I went to 7 doctors. Yeah, like I went to the doctor and I'm like, right, I literally have a tick on me. Like, here it is. Here's the wound where it was. Here's the physical tick. And they were like, yeah, well, you don't think we need to test that. And I was like, but I don't. You just feel like you don't. What? You just test it. Like, I'm here. Test the tick. Like, don't wait till I have symptoms to send the tick out to see if it has Lyme disease. It's here, right now. You jerk. November and December is usually when I see cranberries. I forget when. I've gone hiking before. Where I am in the world is very close to New Jersey, which is where Ocean Spray, the cranberry company, you may have heard of them, has a large volume of their operation. Cranberry bogs are super prevalent in South Jersey, just outside of the city. So I've been before to the cranberry bogs there and walked around, and it's kind of wild. Like, honestly, it is. It's very surreal. Because the way that they do the bogs are structured, when you're walking around them, you're not walking through them. You're walking on these like elevated sort of pathways between bogs, so that they're basically like creating a bog for the cranberries to be in, and then at the end of the season they flood the field and the cranberries like float to the top, which is kind of what you see in the commercial. It's like the person with the waders on, right? The water's like up to here or whatever, and they're like surrounded by cranberries. That's at harvest time. But the rest of the year, when you walk through the cranberry bogs, you're like above them, which is kind of cool. Broccoli, I've eaten several things that Americans don't or won't. It's, yeah. I'm curious. What would those be? What's your thing that you think a standard American would just be like, I'm not putting that in my mouth? Frog legs crawled out. They sell those at Reading Terminal. Yeah, broccoli, the blueberry farms too. Yes. Yeah. Blueberries and cranberries all through South Jersey. I was thinking in the fall of taking a hike through South Jersey to do some like blueberry picking. And maybe doing a cranberry bog too. They're fun. I mean, you're allowed to walk through them. You're not supposed to like walk in them. But many of the cranberry bogs in South Jersey you can just walk through. Because they're in the Pine Barrens, which is a big spot for like hiking and outdoor recreation anyway. Dahlia says, I experience almost every Lyme symptom every day, including thyroid. That's so rough. Are you on... I don't want to pry. But are you managing currently? Are you able to like manage some of that in a way that feels meaningful? I feel like it's just, Lyme is one of those things that's just an ongoing sort of like forever. Broccoli, they only get flooded at harvest time. True. So the commercials, all the commercials that you see are always at harvest. They're like filmed right at the cranberry harvest. Because it's like some guy up to his chest in a cranberry. And that's not how they normally look. Broccoli says, frog legs, small crunchy Japanese crabs in their shells. Ooh, yeah. You're supposed to eat the shells. Now, see, I will tell you, yeah, most places in the country, I would say, would probably balk at that. You talk to a Marylander, though, they're like, give me that soft shell crab. I got that. I'll make it into a sandwich. Soft shell crab sandwiches are definitely a Maryland thing. But I agree with you that they are not generally a cuisine in the United States. I wonder if the cranberry bogs are similar to rice patties. The elevated pathways. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, very similar, crawled out. They do. Elk, bear, and deer. I love the idea of like we've talked about hunting before, but my ideal hunting scenario is I like hunt a deer and then just like have that for the rest of the season. That's like your meat for the winter. Okay, we did the rolled oats. Yup. Peaches, walnuts, and chocolate chips are in here. Peaches, walnuts, chocolate chips, rolled oats, flour. So each of these is a double batch. We have 2 double batches here. I've got butter for my second double batch. And then I need to add the sugar. So let's get the sugar. We'll put the sugar for one of these, I'm going to add directly to the bowl. The sugar for the other one we'll add to this container. And I should be finished now with my cutting situation. Cutting board. And mat. Sugar, I am going to weigh, so let's do that. All right, I need all 3 sugars are going in at the same time. So, there we go. Charlie says, I'm always having symptoms, so I to deal with it. Which sucks. I'm sorry. That sounds frustrating. That's why, when I found a tick on me, a deer tick on my leg, I panicked and freaked out and went to the doctor and demanded all of the tests. I would not leave their waiting room. They didn't want to see me. I had an appointment. They literally didn't want to see me. And I definitely Karened out on that one. And they saw me. That's how it works. Thanks, medical. 99 grams of each type of sugar. That we can do. Regular sugar. Broccoli says frog legs smell like something else, but they really do taste like chicken. Alligator also tastes like chicken, but it's chewy. It's like a chicken jerky almost. Frog legs tastes like a cross between chicken and fish. Like chicken taste, fish texture. So 99 grams of regular sugar. $99. Perfect. 99 grams of regular sugar. Let's get 99 grams of sugar in here. $99. Perfect. Done with regular sugar. Finished. Brown sugar, dark brown sugar. $99 grams of this. $90. Perfect. Okay, 99. Now this one. So we're doing all of the ingredient prep for two different batches of cookies. We're prepping everything in advance here so that I don't have to do any measurement or have any ingredients even on the counter in order to make the second batch. Everything is just weighed out and ready to go. That's the goal. I don't like having... When I make a second batch of things, I don't like having to redo all of this measuring. It's annoying. It's always a little annoying. I even have dental problems from Lyme disease. It persists. It's very pernicious. It gets in and just... Yeah, it manifests in so many weird ways. I know it took my mom a while to get to the point where she could manage and had it at a manageable place. Again, because she had it for a long time before getting any actual treatment for it, despite seeking treatment for it from the very beginning. So that's probably the most frustrating part. CJ, welcome in. Ooh, deer stew. Sounds hearty. What's your deer stew contain? Is this a specific recipe you use? Just kind of winging it? What's in today's deer stew? I would eat deer stew. Sounds great. Okay. Perfect. All my ingredients are in the bowl. Seizure-like episodes, the ingredients not ingredients, symptoms. The symptoms for Lyme are one of the reasons that it's hard. It's one of the reasons people are, I think doctors are reluctant to like commit to a Lyme diagnosis because the symptoms have so much diversity that it's like, you know, I think people feel like, oh, I'm gonna get it wrong. Which, like, what's worse? Not treating it is worse. All right. Ingredients are completely measured. We are good. We're good to go. All right. Let's just get back over here. We're gonna recalibrate here. Yeah, Surfla says my sister experiences Parkinson's-like symptoms. Yeah, that's the thing. They were like, you know, they're always reluctant. Like, oh, I might, you know, maybe it might not be Lyme. It might be something else. And it's like, well, okay, but I have this tick, and now I have a fever. Like, can we correlate those two? Like, do we have to wait until I'm incapacitated? All right, let me get these things away. So I've got some sugar out on the counter, got kind of some ingredients out here. I'm gonna put these in the cabinet. You know what? Let's take a little break. We're gonna take a little break right now because I'm gonna put some stuff in the cabinet, which is like, you know, not that interesting. And then when we come back, we're gonna make the cookies. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make this batch. We're gonna make one batch. We're going to preheat the oven. We're gonna preheat the oven first. That's what we're gonna do. Says 350. My oven is like not the right temperature ever, as established. I think my oven is somewhere around 20 degrees. Functionally, it's like the actual real temperature of my oven is like 20 degrees below what this thing says, what the temperature on here says. So I'm going to set the oven for 370, even though the recipe says 350. Okay, anyway, we're going to make the cookies. We're going to make a double batch in this bowl. We're going to do a test cookie. We're going to do a bake. We're going to fully bake like 2 cookies on the thing, and then we're going to try them. Because I'm going to add this peach flavor to it. And I don't know how much that's going to add or not add. And so we're going to bake 1 cookie. If it's enough peach flavor, then we're going to proceed and bake. If it's not enough, we're going to add more. If it's too much, we're going to proceed to bake. And I'm not going to say that it's too much. I'm just going to say that it's enough, and then that'll be good when I try it. Got it? Cool. Sita says, I haven't had elk, but I've had bear, and I love venison. I've definitely never had bear. I've had elk, I've had venison, I've had buffalo a bunch. Goat, I get lamb in my Indian food usually. Broccoli says, as far as I know, I've never been bitten by a tick, but I fished a few off my scalp summers ago and when I felt them crawling around. I'm really judicious about it. Calvin's has gone to an outdoor summer camp for a while, and like that's when I pick him up at the end of camp every day. The first thing we do is check for ticks, all of it. CJ's deer stew has onion, minced garlic, carrots, potatoes, stewed tomatoes, celery, Worcestershire, beef stock, venison, parsley, oregano, and rosemary. That does sound really hearty. That sounds classic. That sounds like just perfect. A little bit of bread, maybe some butter on the bread dip. I love that. That does sound delicious. It sounds like it's the perfect classic stew. I've had to extract a tick from the hubby's ear. Oh, nightmare fuel. Kathy put a ceramic dinner plate in the microwave for 15 seconds to soften butter. It got so hot that it caused a blister on my thumb. Oh my god, really? I didn't realize ceramic would do that. I know that sometimes I'm shocked when the plate heats up. Is there a specific type of plate that it does that for? I didn't know. Bison burgers are great broccoli. I love bison. Worcestershire broccoli? No. No Worcestershire? Fair enough. You're allowed to not like Worcestershire. Worcestershire? Worcestershire? All right, we're gonna play a game of words on the stream. If you're on Twitch, you're gonna experience a 3-minute advertisement. Hang out. We'll be right back. If you're not a sub, now's a good time to sub. If you're not a sub, just a heads up. It's gonna be an ad coming. 3, 2, 1, here it comes.
Hi, welcome to another edition of
I put these plates in the
Commercials I
microwave all the time. That is super annoying, Kathy. That's weird. I wonder, was the plate like just out of the dishwasher, perhaps? I'm wondering if it maybe could have had some sort of like residual water in it from somewhere, like soaked in. I don't even know. I don't know how that works. I'm just thinking like, oh, maybe it was in the dishwasher and there was like water in the inside of the soaked into the plate because it was porous. I don't know. It's a mystery. That sucks about your thumb. Yeah, you don't usually expect things to be hot plate coming out of the microwave. That's a weird one. All right, I'm putting all this stuff back in the cabinet here. It's taking a bit of doing because what the hell is this? I think that's flour. Okay. I really need to organize this cabinet again. I organized it like 3 months ago, and then in the span of like 2 days, it got bad again. And I don't understand how it happened. It's just like full of stuff, like so full. And I can't. Oh my God. Yeah, here's even more stuff that I didn't put in that is just sitting on the counter. Well, at least this has a place. Chocolate has a place up here. Nuts have a place. Okay. Where are these peach rings going to go? I don't know, but I definitely bought too many of those. Oh well. Calvin will eat those in his lunch. He likes he's a dried fruit fan in his lunchbox, so he'll go for those. All right. If you're watching on YouTube, hey, thanks. Channel's not monetized yet, so you get free viewing. Ad-free viewing. All right. I just put all of my ingredients away. Let's put these bowls back. I'm not actually going to use them. Not actually going to use those bowls. Okay. Almost there. Okay, if you were experiencing an ad break on Twitch, you should be back by now. Welcome back. Thank you for your patience. No one likes the ads. You don't like them. Maybe you do. I don't know. I don't. But here we are. They happen. And we're getting through it together. Alrighty. Oh. Okay. All right, we did it. Everything is, excuse me. Everything is away. Maka Waka, welcome in. Good afternoon to you. I hope you're doing well. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. Everyone gets one more guess. One more guess if you are playing along with words on stream. Okay. Good job, y'all. Good job. Let's come back over here. Braulio started with you for 5 months of cramping. Yeah. Then they're like, oh, it's IBS. You should take this. And you're like, that doesn't work. Okay. Zilfluff, good luck with your errand. Whisk together the flour, baking soda, and salt. Cream together the butter, sugars until light and fluffy. Slowly add the egg and continue mixing. Okay, let's do that. So we're going to take this mixer and we're going to cream together the butter and the sugars. That should take 2, possibly 3 minutes. Possibly more, depends. There's a good balance of butter and sugar in here. So we'll see. Let's do 3 minute. Let's just do 3 minutes to start. 3 minutes on the clock. All right, and the next batch, I already have my butter and sugar ready to go. Now this vanilla, or not vanilla, sorry, peach flavor. I'm gonna give this a little try here. I'm gonna open this and just see how peachy this is. And it's definitely definitely got a pretty wild smell. Oh my God. That was a lot of peach. Okay. Thing number 1. I need a little water to get that taste out of my mouth. Thing number 2. I think maybe like half a teaspoon of that, or maybe like 1 teaspoon of that would be fine in a whole batch. Because I was just like, the forward of that was like, boom, peach. It was like, come here, peach. And then the after of that was like the chemical sort of like what happens after the peach flavor comes through. It's like everything else. We're gonna do a teaspoon of that to start out. I think that might be okay, but we'll see. This is definitely going to need more than 3 minutes, so I think we'll do a scrape down of the bowl at 3 minutes, and then we'll have another like 2 minutes worth of this. Broccoli, this is not extract. This is a flavoring, so it is not peach extract. The ingredients in this are propylene glycol and natural flavors. Made in the USA, in Ohio. Great for candy, baking, smoothies, and ice cream, it says on the label. Okay, going to stop this. Welcome in. Hello and good day. Happy Tuesday. So we're doing cookies today. These are cookies for January's Cookie Club winners, Cookie Club recipients. I don't like using the term winners because it implies that there are losers specifically. And while not everyone who had an entry in Cookie Club this month receives cookies, nobody who had an entry is a loser. Anyway, and not everybody gets a trophy either, but that's only because it's impractical and not because I don't think you deserve it. All right, let's finish creaming these together. Good. There we go. Yeah, get wrecked. Exactly. Well, there's also that. I'm doing great. I'm doing great. I love streaming during the day. It's nice. I enjoy having a daytime stream where like I don't have an end time. Our dinner time streams are always like, hey, we gotta eat dinner at the end, you know. The family like comes home and they're like, where's dinner? These are just cookies. I'm not like in a rush or feeling a sense of urgency, so to speak. So I'm in a great mood today. Your family ate like 4 cruffins. Where did you find the cruffin idea? Yeah, when you cook dinner, exactly. When I'm cooking dinner and my family comes back in and they're like, "Hey, what's the ETA?" And I'm like, 45 minutes. They're like, some nights they're like, okay, and then they just go play video games separately, not speaking to each other. But most nights, people are hungry, you know. My galette got destroyed rather fast. They usually do, Baker. They almost always do. I love a galette. Propylene glycol is the non-poisonous antifreeze you can use over the winter in an RV. Well, when you put it like that, it really makes me want to put it in the cookies. Dr. Hex Mikey, welcome in. Good afternoon. When you got bit by a tick, did the doctor give you antibiotics? No. No, they did not. They did take the tick to test. They did not give me any type of antibiotics. They basically said, look for any type of like infection or like basically they were like, look for the ring on your leg. It was on the side of my leg. It was like right here. But I pulled it out immediately, like right away. I got all the parts. Like I did it right because I've taken ticks out before. So they were like, you know, there's really little risk that you actually got enough time in the transfer window they were basically like, you didn't have any time in the transfer window to get Lyme disease, which was not very satisfying as an answer. Dan, is tonight Indian night? Probably not. We had Indian over the weekend. I don't know what tonight is, but it's probably, it's going to be an easy one. Yeah. It might be frozen pizza. I decided to make a queen of omelet with filling. Oh my God, queen of omelet's like one of my favorites. They're so good. They're so good. This is the part where I should add the peach flavor. And as I mentioned, I want to do a teaspoon of this. So let's do... Whoa! That wasn't the right one. This is the right one. So basically, I'm going to mix the egg in now. And as I mix the egg in, I will add the peach flavor. We're going to do all the rest of the liquids at this point. Now, again, I need to remember that I should put 2 eggs in here and not 1, because I'm doubling this recipe. So, 4 eggs. Oh, 5 eggs left in this case. I'm rich. Probably Taco Bell night, Dr. X Mikey. Hell yeah, Taco Bell night sounds great. I haven't had Taco Bell night in a long time. I used to love Taco Bell when I was a kid. It was like the place that you could hang out, or the place that you could like afford to get food as a teenager. A pistachio, cashew, frangipane, and banana galette, Baker. It sounds indulgent. Look at you. My dad was given antibiotics after the tick bit him, and he seems fine. Yeah, I mean, I feel like once they basically were like, the doctor was basically like, we can give you antibiotics, but we don't think that you need them right yet because you were like of the transfer window and the timing and all that. And she's like, you know, if you end up needing, basically like if you end up getting any type of symptoms within the next day, you know, a couple days, or you know, you see at the site of the bite, you know, you start to see signs of swelling or anything like that. She was basically like, come back and we'll give you antibiotics right away. And I was like, okay. And I didn't have any farther complications from it, so it seemed okay. They tested the tick. It was a deer tick. They told me they couldn't test for whether the tick had Lyme. They could just tell me what kind of tick it was, which I was like, obviously, look at the thing. So that was frustrating, but I did not have any symptoms, and I ended up not having any like swelling or anything like that. So like, I think I got it in time. Chicks are so scary, right? They treat them like they can give you a life-altering disease, but when you actually find one on you, people are like, you're fine. Mark, I know. This is what I'm saying. It's like, you gotta like, if you get a tick bite, you gotta advocate for yourself if you go to the doctor, because they don't give a shit about you. Otherwise, they're like, it's like it's like, you know, basically like, oh, you're just being hysterical. Like, yeah, I am. Yeah, I did like everything I could in the doctor's office that day. I did like a whole performance. There were tears. There was waiting. It was bad. I got what I wanted out of it though, but like I really needed to push them on it, and it was super frustrating. Slowly add the egg and continue mixing. Add the flour mixture. Okay, oats, peaches, walnuts, and white chocolate chips. Mix until combined. Okay, so we're gonna add the flour. We're gonna mix slow. They did say it was a deer tick, but again, they were like, we think you got it in the transfer window. It's okay. What a time to pop in. Gwen, hello. Gwen, I told you about this. The doctor's office, when I went to get the tick checked. And they were like, you're probably okay. Ha ha ha. We don't need to see you today. That was a lie. They would see me that day. Let's get a little bit of... I'm going to try a little bit of this dough right now. Now I want that should taste like peach right away. And it does not. It does not. I'm going to add another teaspoon of this peach flavor straight away. Oh, it does. But vaguely. Okay. Straight away, I'm going to add another teaspoon of this because with all these other ingredients that are going to go in here, any of that I just had is going to get lost. Okay, let's mix that in, and then we'll add the regular dry stuff here. So we're adding the flour. Added. Let's add the oats. Added. Remember, this is a double batch here. So we're adding the oats now. Let's clear off this attached paddle here. Get these fully incorporated. Okay. Oats. Now we add the peaches, walnuts, and white chocolate chips. mix these in. I'm also going to give this a stir with my spatula just to make sure everything's off the bottom and tasting good, or incorporated, not tasting good, whatever. Oh, okay. Well, this is just, my bowl is just big enough to take a batch of this size. Perfect. I feel like the next step in my baking journey is a larger mixer for larger batches. But that's also very unnecessary. As long as these double batches keep being possible. And I said a while back, we're not in danger of this yet, but if we got to, if we ever got north of 100 subs on the channel with any regularity, I would double the amount of Cookie Club prizes each month. But we're not there yet, so I don't need to worry about that. Just okay. Great. That tastes good. Get a little taste of this batter here. Yep. That's peach in there. Okay. This does taste like peach, which is good. That's what we want. We want it to taste like peaches. So, two teaspoons of peach extract seems to be right to start out, but we're gonna bake 2 of these cookies, and we'll see where we get to. Okay. Broccoli says a live tick crawling across my head stands no chance. Usually wood ticks. Yeah, I used to smash them with the back of a spoon when I was a kid. I used to play in the woods all the time and had ticks like regularly. I meant head hair. I imagined head hair. I don't usually think of body hair when someone says like feeling a tick in my hair. Uma, eggs, nice. Good deal at Sam's. Love it. When you see the exoskeleton and blood on the floorboards, it's it. This is true. Kathy, enjoy your lurk. Would you use the same KitchenAid with the bigger bowl? No, I feel like maybe. Well, yeah, I guess so. I feel like the KitchenAid might need to be larger. The actual mixer. Isn't there like a larger size mixer? Carl, yeah, I mean, insects are wild. They've been around for a long time. They're kind of armored. Broccoli says I have my mom's 1955 KitchenAid stand mixer, but it only has 1 paddle. And nothing newer will fit. Yeah, that's the fun part about those old stuff like that, is you're like, oh, as long as it doesn't break. As long as this old part that I have doesn't break. Okay, this is mixed. This looks good. Cookie mix looks good. It says make 20 balls from the dough, which means that we should be able to make 40 cookies with this. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna weigh this. Since this is a double batch, I should be able to make 40 cookies. So I'm gonna take I'm gonna take the dough, I'm gonna move it into this larger bowl. I'm gonna put this bowl in the sink so that I can clean it. And then we're going to see how many grams 40 cookies actually is. This is a good chance to actually like make sure this is all fully mixed and incorporated too. Okay. So, how many grams of stuff do I have in this bowl? 1,564. 1,564 divided by 40 is 39.1. So we'll say 40 grams. We'll say 40 grams per cookie ball, and we'll end up with slightly less than that. Well, let's get our trays together. Get our cookie sheets together. And then we'll bake one of these cookies. It says they only need to bake for 10 to 12 minutes. So we're just going to bake one or two. We'll do two. Because I want to see how they are. I want to see if they are peachy enough, like what comes through from the peach aspect of these once they're baked. The dough itself right now tastes pretty peachy, so I'm hopeful that this is a good outcome. Like I said, I added the peach flavor because some of the commenters on the internet made reasonable points this time around and said that there was not enough peach flavor in this. They were like, the dried peaches didn't add in as much as they could have. So people were not happy with the amount of peach flavor, I guess. So we'll see. Caldwell, I love that you were just like keeping tabs on a praying mantis out in the world. That's super fun. That's a fun thing to just like enjoy day to day. Okay, 40 grams. Or 40 grams. So this is make 20 balls, placing evenly among the sheet trays. That's a 40-gram ball. Press down on the cookie dough with the palm of your hand to make a flat circle. Okay. I wonder how much these expand. Okay, we're about to find out. Okay, so that's... There we go. I have 2 cookie balls here. I'm going to do 1... and 1. Now before I do any more of these, we're going to bake. So I'm just going to wait. We're just going to wait a few minutes here. I'm going to pop these in the oven. I put one sort of in the back corner, one sort of in the center, just to see how they go. It says bake 10 to 12 minutes. So we're going to set a timer for 10 minutes. I'm going to hit start. Press down with the palm of your hand to make a flat circle. Bake for 10 to 12 minutes or until golden and still a bit tender in the center. Remove from the oven and let sit on the sheet tray for 1 minute. Remove to a cooling rack to cool completely. Okay, so we pop those in the oven. These are going. Let's do this. We can adjust and make our cookies visible. All right. Cookie cam is a go. There we go. Close enough. Okay, we're going to wait until those bake because I just want to make sure. I want to make sure that I don't need to make more than I think. Like, I think I'm going to be able to use 2 cookies per package, right? If I needed 3 in each package, I would still be making actually the same number of batches of cookies. I'm expecting to have a lot of leftover cookie balls. So, Um, Carla says, have you seen how big praying mantises can get? They're very noticeable, especially when the bushes they live in have a red tint. Well, yeah, they're not very camouflaged there, are they? Praying mantises are fun. They're super fascinating and mysterious when you actually do see them out in the world. They're like, it's like seeing a dinosaur. They're very, they're like jarring to see because they're so different and alien from what what we think of in terms of like bugs. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I think of bugs as like little brown things, and then you have the praying mantis, which is just like this enormous thing. Looking at the way these are coming off in the oven here, I think I'm going to make these bigger. They're not like spreading a whole lot, so I think these might be like small cookies. So I could either put 3 in a package like I did last month, or I can make them a little larger. We'll see. We'll see how they are when they're finished baking. But we're getting there. Let me get my oven racks or cooling rack out. Again, they don't take too long to bake, so I'm just going to let the first round go and see how it turns out. I'm hoping they turn out just like okay as they are. Are there 9 green mantises? I didn't know that. Yeah, imagine a praying mantis that was like a meter tall, because that's like how they were back before people were around. Back when the atmosphere had like twice as much oxygen as it does now. Stick insects, Tatsu, are strange. Their feet almost feel like little hooks. They're weird. They're so weird. Insects are just wild. And you don't ever see, like, you're never going to see a stick insect out in the wild unless you like really go looking for it, because they don't want to be seen. That's their whole thing. All right, these look okay. I think what I'm going to end up doing is making these half as large again as they are. So if these are 40 grams, I'm thinking of making like 60-gram cookies. That way they'll be large enough that I can just do 2. Because these are super small. And they're not getting bigger. They're not getting any bigger than they were before. They're no bigger than they were when I put them in. Maybe like a centimeter or 2 on each side. So it's fine. They'll be but we do have to adjust. What should we do? Should we do 2 larger cookies or 3 small ones? I'm gonna end up using the same amount of dough. Just in case I need to make another batch, I'm gonna get some butter and just start leaving that on the counter. If I make them larger, they're gonna take longer to cook. Grasshoppers can get ridiculously big. You know what gets huge? Crickets. We used to get crickets in my basement when I was a kid that were massive, and they were noisy. They were very noisy. Crawled up. We did the drawing last night. After finishing dinner. So we did in fact do the drawing. Tatsu, opening a spider egg sac is definitely not on the list of things that I want to do. That sounds like an actual literal nightmare. That sounds like a literal worst thing that you could do. Oh, they spread a little bit more. Good. We're getting there. We're almost there. We're going to let these go. We're baking these, and then we're making adjustments. See, this is why I didn't want to make the batter. I didn't want to like start rolling the cookie balls yet because I assumed that we were going to need to make some changes. And we are. So these have 2.5 minutes left on them. Not very long. Beep boop Beth, welcome in. Hello. Here to lurk as per usual. Hey, I saw something the other day, and I thought of you. It was someone. It was like a profile, and it was like, play me some of that beep boop music, and we'll be just fine. And I was like, hey, I wonder if Beep Boop Beth likes that beep boop music, and which I took to believe was EDM music, given the rest of the context clues. Broccoli says, I remember the big invasion of 17-year cicadas when I was home from college. They littered the entire property like fall leaves. That is horrifying. That's horrifying. Crawdart redeemed Food Lover's Companion definition for peach. Let's do it. We have a couple minutes. We have a minute or two here. The Food Lover's Companion is a book that covers more than 6,700 A to Z entries. Describe food, cooking techniques, herbs, spices, desserts, wines, and the ingredients for pleasurable dining. 4th edition. 6,700 different definitions. Let's see if they have peach. They probably don't. They might not have peach as a single item. They might have like peach something. I don't know. We're gonna find out. Peach Melba. We like peach Melba. Peach. You know what? They actually have a large definition of peach. There it is. We're gonna read it. This is an interesting one. Peach. Native to China, this fruit came to Europe and subsequently to the New World via Persia, hence its ancient appellation Persian apple. Throughout its evolution, the peach has propagated hundreds of varieties that vary greatly in color and flavor. In general, a peach falls into one of two classifications. Freestone, in which case the stone or pit falls easily away from the flesh, and clingstone, where the fruit adheres stubbornly to the pit. We've all had one of those peaches, right? That you eat it and the pit just kind of like comes out and it's really easy and great. That's a freestone peach. It's the freestone ones that are more commonly found in markets, while the firmer textured clingstones are widely used for commercial purposes. The peach's velvety skin can range from pink blushed cream white to red blushed yellow, and its flesh from pinkish white to yellow gold. Peaches are available from May to October in most regions of the United States. Southern Hemisphere imports are frequently found in coastal cities during the winter. Look for intensely fragrant fruit that gives slightly to palm pressure. Because peaches bruise easily, they should be thoroughly perused for soft spots. Avoid those with signs of greening. To ripen underripe peaches, place them in a paper bag. Pierce the bag in several places and set it aside at room temperature for a couple of days. Adding an apple to the bag will speed ripening because apples exude ethylene gas, which speeds up the ripening process. We literally talked about that already today. Refrigerate ripe peaches in a plastic bag for up to 5 days. Bring to room temperature before eating. Because of their fuzzy skins, peaches are often peeled before eating. This can be done easily by blanching the peach in boiling water for about 30 seconds, then plunging it into icy cold water. Canned peaches are available sliced or in halves, packed either in sugar syrup or water. Frozen peach slices are also available, as are dried peach halves. Peaches contain both vitamins A and C. Your definition of a peach from the Food Lover's Companion definition. Very good. That was satisfying. I don't think I've ever had a Freestone peach. You would, I mean, yeah, if the peach like doesn't fall out, if the pit doesn't fall out, it's a clingstone. Fellas, welcome back. All right, let's take a look at these. These look good. That was, my timer went off as I was reading that, so that was about 11 minutes or so. Let's get these first test cookies out of here. Yeah, these look good around the bottom. So what I'm looking for is a little bit of browning around the bottom, which you can see there on that one. So we're going to let those sit. We're going to give those 1 minute to sit. And then we're going to try one. Literally, I'm going to set a timer for 1 minute because I don't really want to wait. But yeah, I think what we're going to do, I'm going to add 20 grams per cookie. So we're going to take the cookie and make them half again as large as they are. And then we'll use, we'll just put 2 in each package instead of 3. Prometheus says, up until a week ago, my hubby had no idea that a mango was a pit fruit. That's kind of funny. If you ever, I mean, yeah, unless you encountered a mango in the world yourself, like you wouldn't, it's all just been processed, right? That's super funny. Yeah, the mango pit is annoying. Ashik, welcome in. Hello. He'd obviously never sliced open a fresh one, obviously. Or, counterpoint, maybe he had and just thought mangoes were really tough inside. I saw one of those like look at this cringe videos at one point. It was someone slicing an avocado but just like slicing it like through the pit. I was like, holy crap. My house is a mango pit. I kind of like that. I immediately thought of the Wu-Tang song Gravel Pit. I don't know why. What's the green thing on the counter? Crawdalt. This is a Tarto melon. I got it at Reading Terminal Market yesterday. Tarto. It said, what did it say? What did the Tarto melon say? It said, and I took a picture of the sign because it was like a new to me melon. It's from Brazil. Tastes somewhere between honeydew and a pear. Interesting. The mango is good to suck on, but try to remove the pit. Yeah, I mean you can have them. I mean it's like a peach pit or plum or any of that. You kind of like, you know, you kind of move it around in your mouth for a little while until you get all the little odds and ends off of it, and then you throw it out. All right. So this is one of these. That's pretty much finished. I'll tell you, it smells like peach. Mmm. Yeah, that's pretty good. It's hot. Once this cools down and solidifies a little bit more, it'll be very good. It's good now. It will be better in a little bit. Okay, so I'm going to recalibrate. We need to adjust the sizing of these a little bit because it is too small. I don't think I want to do 3 cookies per package. Although, let's see. If I ended up doing pause. If I did 40, 80, I'd need 60 some cookies. I'm gonna need this. I'm gonna get the same amount of cookies. The ratio is fine. If I just make these a little bit bigger, let's say I make these 50 grams. What if I made these like 55 grams? So I added like, what did I make them? 40. That wouldn't have much. That I'm sorry. I'm trying to do math in my head. I think we just make them a little larger. I think I'm going to make each of these 55. We're going to do 55 grams. We're going to do 55 grams per cookie. And I'll smash them a little bit more. I'll make them a little bit flatter. And that should be good to get two. That should be a good size to have 2 cookies per bag. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for talking that through with me. But let's do that. So we're going to get started now. Now is the actual, like, we're going to start producing cookies. So what I say, 55 grams? I was at 40 before. Okay, that's 55. Yeah, this is a much bigger cookie. Glad we could help talk it out, right? Seeing someone cut an avocado in half to remove the pit on Epicurus broke me a little. Yeah, that's when you're sort of like, what are you up to over there? So these will spread a little bit. So I think I can get 3 across here. 155, that's 110. Just doing doing math in my head. Always a fun exercise, the mental math. My teacher lied. You're not going to have access to a calculator all the time. Yes, I am. Okay, 55. Perfect. Liz, sorry, I was distracted. What needed to be adjusted or changed? I am adjusting the cookie size. So the cookies were small when they came out of the oven. They were small when they went in the oven. And I was a little concerned about the actual size because I don't want to send 3 of them. I just want to be able to send 2. But they were like just too small for 2 to be a good amount of cookie, right? Like if I got 2 of the ones that I sent, I would be like, these are kind of small, Lou. So we're adjusting, and I started with a 40-gram cookie, and instead we're making 55-gram cookies. So we're adding just a little bit to it without doubling it. And the flavor was good. The flavor that came through in the baked cookies, was good. I could definitely taste peach, but it wasn't over the top, which is also what I want. I don't want an obnoxiously peachy cookie. I want it to be balanced with the other oats, the oats and the chocolate and the walnuts. Like peach is in the title, but I don't want it to be like only peach. man, broccoli, a plum tree. I would go wild if I had access to a plum tree. I love plums. Fresh plums in season that are soft and ripe and like ready to eat right from the farmer's market are absolutely one of my all-time like favorite things. And you got to eat like the whole package right away. Getting rung up at the store. Yeah, the cashier not knowing what the produce is. I am a I always label everything. What I do when I go to the store, if I'm getting a bunch of like produce that needs to get rung up at the register, I take pictures of the barcodes or like the labels for it. That way, if they're like having trouble finding it, I can just hold the phone up. No, I'm not allergic to walnuts. I love walnuts. I don't cook with them very often. I mainly use pecans, just in general, but I do love walnuts. I can certainly eat walnuts. Walnuts are like my first nut. The first nut that I was like, oh, I'm not allergic to you. No, that's not true. That was cashews. I remember when I was a kid, cashews were like everything. It was like the only nut I could eat. You are correct. The pace of development is certainly incredible if you look at the arc over the past, 100 years. All right, we're almost there. I'm gonna pop this tray in the oven in just a second, and we're gonna keep on rolling. Yeah, like I said, 55-gram cookie balls. If you ever stumble upon red walnuts, I will take that into consideration. I saw black walnuts yesterday at the store. I almost bought those, but then I realized I didn't need black walnuts. I was just like, I didn't want to go out on the limb. I don't want to go too far out on a limb. I was already going out on the limb with adding additional peach flavor to it. Yeah, I think cookies are coming along great. Cookies are coming along great. This is the first like real batch going in the oven here. I had a batch, not a batch. I had two that I popped in already and did like a test bake and determined that I wanted to add a little bit of volume to them. The first ones were not as large as I wanted them to be. So I made these a little bit larger than the first ones, and I am about to put the first like production batch into the oven. So here we go. First cookie production batch going in. And now we'll start traying up the second batch. Let me set my timer. So 11 minutes was what the first ones were in for. So this was a cookie from the first batch, right? That's kind of small. But it looks nice. It turned out really well. It has good flavor. So I'm happy with it. I'm just adding some size. We're adding some size to it, and getting, just making them a little bit bigger. The next batch, the ones that I'm sending out are going to be larger than that. So we're still going to just do 2 cookies per batch, and we'll let them be a little larger. I was thinking maybe we do 3 cookies per batch at the smaller size, but I like the idea of a little bit of a larger cookie, so we're going to do that instead. Broccoli says, my own favorite nuts are walnuts and pecans. Could eat them out of the bag. Peanuts serve a purpose too. Cashews are alright in Indian cashmere sauce, but not my fave. Neutral in macadamias, and I dislike pistachios with a passion. Wow. Hate for pistachios, huh? I like pecans a lot. I'm allergic to peanuts. I'm allergic to almonds, so I don't have any meaningful experience either cooking or eating those. Brazil nuts, I'm also allergic to, so I can't eat those. Those Brazil nuts, of all of them, are fascinating because they're so big that I'm kind of like, I really wish I could eat them because they look kind of meaty and fun, honestly. Okay. There we go. Mini Moon, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. Hope you're doing well. For all the non-subscribers out there, just anyway, in general, anybody who's maybe lurking, we are going to have an ad that's going to run in just a few minutes here, and a break to play a game or two specifically, of Words on Stream. So just a heads up, that's going to happen here, excuse me, when I finish rolling out this tray. We're going to finish the tray, then we're going to take a little break. When we come back from the break, we're going to get our cookies out of the oven. Make banana bread that uses cashews instead of walnuts. I feel like banana bread is one of those things where it's very interchangeable. Like, hey, I don't really like walnuts. Great. Use pecans. Or walnuts are fine, and go with that. Banana bread is definitely a flexible vehicle for all sorts of stuff. I love it. Cashew tahini banana bread? Baker, that sounds good. I think I'm on your team for that one. I didn't eat a lot of nuts as a kid, but I loved cashews. I used to eat a ton of them. Yeah, chocolate chips. You can add chocolate chips for sure. Chocolate chip banana bread, always a classic. Very much a classic. How many cookies? 1, 2, 3. Okay, I have four across. I'm like, how many? Forgot how many cookies I could put on a tray. Despite having just made the tray. 56. All right, perfect. So zucchini bread or dessert bread? It's either. I think it's either. It just depends on how you're visualizing it. It can obviously be either one. It's got a lot of sugar in it. So, I mean, if it's dessert, maybe you throw some like peanut butter on it or something. Okay, I'm gonna flatten these cookies out. Now the ones in the oven are about halfway done, and we can see they are starting to expand a little bit, looking pretty good. Pressing these ones on the tray down, flattening them out, making sure they stay round. And in just a moment here, we are going to take a little break. So let's get ready for that. For those of y'all who are unfamiliar, we take a quick 3-minute break about once every hour to play a game of Words on stream and run some ads on Twitch because the platform mandates that we have advertising as part of the broadcast. Sorry, I don't like it. I know y'all don't like it. But that's what we're going to do. We'll be back here in just a few moments. We're going to keep these cookies here in the oven. They have 4.5 minutes on them, so they're going to be in there when we come back. But just a little heads up. Here we go. I'm going to have an ad in 3, 2, 1. Here it comes. Okay, BRB.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
All right, those look good. I'm going to use this moment here to wash my mixer and mixer blade and bowl because we're going to make another batch of this in just a few moments here. Now let's get this out of the way. Done. Right. All right, almost there on this one. Good job, y'all. Doing good. Getting real close. All right. Got one more. Got at least one more game in here, huh? I think so. Wow, this one's a weird one. Hey, if you're experiencing an ad break, welcome back. Thank you for your patience. Appreciate it. No one here likes ads. You're not alone in not liking the ads that you just saw. Anyway, welcome in. Appreciate you hanging out. Got 2, 3 more 4-letter words here. 3 more 4-letter words, and we're gonna get this one. It begins with an M. What? What? Well, one of the 4-letter words begins with a W. It's not wart. It's W. Saw. We got one more. We got one more. Not gonna get there. It's all good. It's all good. Did pretty well. That was a hard one. Whenever there's only like 3 letters, it's always kind of weird. Regardless, we're back. The cookies timer just went off. Zarina, welcome in. Hello. Mrs. Handy's Kitchen, welcome in. Hello. Good to have you. Let's get these cookies out of the oven. We're gonna do a hot swap here. One cookie tray out, one cookie tray in. Let's see. Oh, hold on. Are we taking these out yet? No, we're not taking these out yet. We're gonna leave these in for another, let's say, 2 minutes. Those are bigger than the last time. So I need some more time on those. They're not brown around the foot. The foot of the thing is not brown. All right, here's the rest of this dough from the first batch. What I'm gonna do is make a second batch of dough now, and we'll put it in with the last of this first batch once it's finished. Okay, so we're gonna let those go in another 2 minutes or so in the oven. Let's see. So I'm doing 2 cookies. This batch made 12, 24, probably 27 cookies. That's going to be 54 cookies that I need if everyone who wins gets picked, or not if everyone who wins gets picked. Let me do some math here. If everyone who won gets or responds and wants cookies, we're gonna need 40 some cookies, plus a few extras. So if we have 27 per double batch, that means that we'll definitely make it. So I don't need to make a 4th batch, but I am going to end up not having a lot of extra cookies, which is okay. All right, that's 2 minutes is up. That means, hold on, I had 11. That means 13 minutes. Those were 13 minutes in the oven. And yes, these are done. Okay. So let's get these out. Put these out. Put these in. These definitely expanded nicely to be larger cookies. Here's that tray. So these are looking good. Yeah, the bottoms, what I'm looking for is that the bottom where it touches the sheet pan is brown. Like a nice golden brown. I'm looking for, they're golden and still a bit tender in the center. So that is what we got. Okay, so essentially, yeah, I mean, I can make two and a half sheet pans worth of cookies per double batch. Which should be just enough. If I end up shorting myself somehow, which I don't think I will, because math doesn't usually work like that, we may end up having to make another batch. But if we do, that's what's the benefit of using a silicone baking mat on the tray? Well, similar to parchment paper, like one, it keeps the tray clean. 2, it's not using, I'm not using disposables. I'm using a reusable mat. it helps loosen, it like helps keep the cookie from sticking because they're non-stick. The downside to using something like a silicone baking mat is that it gets hotter. And so if you have like a really butter heavy cookie, your cookie can end up spreading a lot more. The primary for me is that it is a reusable baking mat as opposed to using parchment paper every time. That's it. There is a difference in temperatures between baking with the sheet pan with nothing on it, sheet pan with parchment paper on it, sheet pan with aluminum foil on it, sheet pan with the silicone pastry mat on it. In this scenario, it's not really relevant because these are not heavy butter cookies. They're just like they are what they are. They're not like a highly buttered sugar cookie, for example. Like a really butter heavy sugar cookie, I would put on parchment paper. It won't heat up, which is a little bit of insider trading. Ginger, hello. Hey, look at how calm I am today. Look at how much we're not burning things. Look at how much more I'm thriving in my environment. But than the last time y'all came through. Welcome in. Let's say a hello here. Folks, if you were here hanging out already, watching cookies being made, you might find yourself enjoying hanging out with Gingerbread Beauty. Ginger's channel she's on 4 days a week, I believe, consistently. Regular daytime schedule, has a bunch of different like daily themes, which are recurring throughout the month, every week. Today was Tuesday. I want to say it was Taco Tuesday, which is how some folks, I forget what accent that would be if you said it like actually the word taco instead of talk. Anyway, friends who just joined us, you should know that follows are silent. If you follow, I'm not going to say hi to you. I'm not even going to say anything until you chat for the first time. There's going to be no alerts and nothing happens in chat. So FYI, follows are completely silent. Let me say hi to folks. Let me introduce myself first, and then I'll say hi to folks. Let me hit start on the cookies that I literally just put in the oven. Because if I don't do that, we will have burning. It'll just happen in a delayed reaction. Friends who joined us, it's nice to have you. My name's Lou. This is a variety stream, or rather, I am a variety streamer. The variety of things that I stream is cooking and IRL stuff. IRL stuff is in Philadelphia. I live in the city of Philadelphia, East Coast United States, and I cook mainly for myself, my partner, and our son. Today we're doing cookies. These are rewards for folks that are in our cookie club. They're folks that hang out in the channel throughout the month. So we are making peaches and cream oatmeal cookies. That's kind of what they look like. There's another tray of them over here on the counter. There's another tray that is in the oven. You can see it right here. Let's say hi to the folks who said hi to us in chat. I'm going to scroll down here. Rob, it's really good to see you. Welcome in. Watsy, hello. Lisa Mack, welcome. BobCon, hello. Darklord Snuggles, welcome in. Ali Willie, hello. Food Ghosts. Oh, the food ghosts get me when it's like 3 o'clock in the morning and I'm like at my fridge, like, what can I snack on right now? 5Able5A, welcome. Rocked Puss, hello. Liz, thank you for the shout out. I appreciate it. T-Bone-esque. I kind of like that name. Yeah, and we're not burning things today, so that was good. Last time, Ginger and crew, last time y'all came through, I was frantically like burning bacon and the fire alarm was going off and it was not a good look. They do get everyone eventually. Welcome in, folks. I hope stream was good for y'all today. I know, Ginger, I'm sure you have to run, as is almost always the case. When you end stream, you don't usually like decide to then sit and hang out at the computer for a lot longer. So if you gotta go, you gotta go. And I appreciate seeing you. Welcome in. It is, I know when I end stream, I'm always like, like the fucking coyote straight through the wall. It's just like an image of me in smoke. What we're doing today is making cookies. So I have some that are in the oven. These are just cool enough that we're going to be able to get these off of the tray. So the one that I showed you first was a little like testing, John. These are the finished ones. The Acme anvils, Velos, exactly. Hopefully none of those happen today. So these are peaches and cream oatmeal cookies. They have butter, brown sugar, dark brown sugar, or light brown sugar, dark brown sugar, regular sugar, an egg, rolled oats, white chocolate, chopped walnuts, chopped dried peach halves, so like dried peach. And I also added a little bit of peach flavor. This situation, peach flavor. Zoom out until it gets into focus. Now zoom back in. Nope, never mind. That is it. So we're making the second batch of these right now. So as y'all joined, I had just put these in the oven. Then y'all came through and I forgot to start the timer. So we did that now. We're good. We're good. The first batch is completely finished. So the first batch is either on the counter, on the drying rack over here, or still in the oven. The second batch is coming together now. So here's what we have. Like I said, this is a cooking stream. So we're ready. We're ready to cook. Here's the order of things. We have the sugar, then we have the butter, then the sugar, then the flavor, then the flour, then butter, sugar, eggs and flavor, then the flour, then the oats, then the fillings. Okay, so first thing first, we're gonna take the butter. This is softened butter. Scissorman, hello. Cannabis. No cannabis in these, unfortunately. This is, well, I should say I live in the United States, so our regulations are all over the place. I live in a state where cannabis is not legal. Wah, wah. That sounds like this. I live in a state where cannabis is not legal recreationally. It's legal medically here. But what that means is I can't use it on stream. I can't use it, I can't consume it, and I can't cook with it because it's illegal for me to do that in a public forum, such as Twitch. Now, my personal life, I'm a fan. I'm an avid fan. Happy consumer. But I would love to do that on Twitch. If you want to follow a good cannabis forward streamer on Twitch, you can go follow BB Bubs. There's some other folks that focus on cannabis too, but from a cooking perspective, BB Bubs is going to be your man in smoke, as it were. Scissorman, thank you for the gifted to Food Ghosts, and thank you for the gifted to Ginger. I appreciate that. We love a gifted sub around here, especially for folks who've raided through. Very thoughtful. Velo says, it's been a while, but I remember an Acme grocery store near my grandmother's in Pennsylvania. Do they still have those? Yeah, they definitely do. Especially in Philly, but in Philly we call them the Acme. Hey, you gonna go down to the Acme or what? So the cookies, Scissorman, are for community members. I'm sending these out in the mail Tonight we'll be packaging them and then sending them. They go out in little boxes. They look like this. Little boxes. We vacuum seal them and put them in the box. Pack the box with popcorn, because that's eco-friendly packaging. And then we send them out. So, anybody who gifts a sub gets an entry to Cookie Club. If you are a subscriber, if you've even received the gift sub, you're entered. Ginger, by virtue of rating the channel this month, has earned herself a sub. Not a sub, sorry, an entry into Cookie Club. And then we do the drawing right around the first of the month. So we did the drawing last night. So folks who are getting cookies this month are getting them from this batch right here. Circle, thank you for the shout out to BB Bums. Fellow food and drink / streamer / cannabis enthusiast and cook. Food Goods, thank you for the bits. I appreciate you. The hype train, just sitting there. I know, right? Sometimes it happens. Shayna, the boxes with the popcorn. Well, yeah, we make the boxes with the popcorn instead of using like packing peanuts or what have you. Looks great. T-Boness, thank you for coming through. I appreciate you. It's good to have you. I was thinking your name was being like, I'm very T-Boness today. And then I was thinking about like being shaped like a T-bone steak. Anyway, I hope you have a good one. Apropos of nothing. $20, thank you for the bits. I love bits. Oh, just a little bit. Oh, a little bit more. That song's old. You all don't know that song, but that was a song. That was a song from back in the day. No, definitely some of y'all know that song. Someone knows that song. Please. Oh, it was. Okay, thank you. I was like, I'm going to sing this, and then there's going to be no money, and I'm going to be alone, and I'm going to cry in Elder Millennial. That's how it works. Makes me feel like I'm throwing pennies. Have a bit. I love the 1-bit gift. I love the 1-bit drop. I think they're funny. It's always funny because for the streamers like, say, myself, who don't have it set up to do a different alert for different tiers of bits, it's the same alert no matter what. You give 10,000 bits and it would just be like the same noise as if you give one. So really, from a dopamine perspective, you're getting the same end result, I think. Us oldies know that song, right? Gina G, Mrs. Panty's Kitchen. Now, I couldn't have told you who it was. So that's... You're outpacing me in that regard. Maybe your memory's just better. That's what I'm looking for. Just a little bit. A little bit more. We're not adding that to the playlists. That's not a thing that's happening. There's not a playlist also. I'm just oh my god. This came up earlier, but the song that's been stuck in my head recently is the Hamster Dance, which is another song that if you are of a certain age, me just saying the word hamster dance put a very specific set of notes in your head. Okay, we're gonna do 2 more minutes on creaming this butter. Okay, cookies. Oh, sorry, that wasn't the alarm for the butter. That was the alarm for the cookies that I had in the oven. Good. I'm glad I just remembered that I have cookies in the oven. We're making cookies today. What the hell else would I be doing? All right, these are finished, and oh yeah, these are looking great. Okay, these look even better than the first go round. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Hey, we got you cookies. Blue-Eyed Nerd remembers Hamster Dance. Beauty and the Beasts, welcome in. Sherville, hello. Rob, welcome. Noah JB, welcome in. V6 Sonoma, hello. Jenny Rock, welcome in. Volo R2, hello. Salman, welcome. A Noodly. I love a noodly. I love a buttered noodly. Crystallized, welcome. Hello, G. Smith. Dad, yes, I'm here. Hello. Hello. Here's what we're. Let me show you what we're making, and then I'll actually introduce myself. Here's cookies. So first off, welcome in. Here's some cookies. These are peaches and cream oatmeal cookies. You can tell by their brown footing that they are finished. We're gonna put these over on the tray here so I can actually say hello. Imagine a more beautiful thing. Y'all, thanks for the hype train. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Cookies are always great. They are always a great welcome. It's a good way to welcome people into your home. I don't always have a tray of fresh baked cookies ready for when raids happen, but today we're on the ball. Mix, welcome in. Food Ghost, got to pick up the little one from school, but I'll be lurking for all the nubs. Enjoy. Thank you. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate you. Eat a lot of peaches. We are doing Cookie Club today. So Cookie Club is the monthly end result. All month we collect entries for Cookie Club. You can enter by subscribing or gifting a sub or submitting bits or donations. Rating the channel is a good one. Rating the channel. So Beauty and the Beast has an entry into Cookie Club for February. It's February now. We're doing cookies for Cookie Club. Welcome in, friends. My name's Lou. It's nice to meet you. This is a cooking stream, but I'm a variety streamer. The two varieties of stream that I produce for you are cooking and IRL stuff. So I don't game, and I don't do a lot of just chatting at the computer. When I do just chatting, it's random and things like building Legos. What else have we done? I did a manicure on stream before, but mostly we're in the kitchen or we're out in the real world. I'm in Philadelphia, East Coast, United States. So that's where we are. Today we're doing cookies. I should note that for anyone who came through from raids or just if you're hanging out in general, follows are silent. You can follow at any point. I will not say hi to you. I won't be like, hey, thanks for the follow. There won't be any sounds. If you're like me and you join a new channel and you just want to follow and not get called out about it, we don't do that here. So if you chat, I'll say hi to you, but otherwise you feel free to hang out or whatever you do. And we love lurkers. So, but welcome in, friends. And thank you for the shout out to Beauty and the Beast. What was happening in the kitchen today? In the food and drink channel for you. I can hear the Philly. Yeah, you guys want some cookies from the Acme? Have you built a book nook? I have not built a book nook. I just have a bookshelf, but I would love a book nook. I'll take a book nook. Lurk friendly kitchen. Yeah, you can just hover by the fridge. It's okay. I hover by the fridge too. But when anyone else is hovering by the fridge and I'm in the kitchen, I'm like, get out. Get out. Please move. Okay, let's get this batch finished up here. So I've creamed together brown sugar, light brown sugar, dark brown sugar, regular sugar, and butter in here. Now we're going to add 2 teaspoons of peach flavor. So this is just, it's not a peach extract. This is like a chemical flavoring. Primary ingredient, propylene glycol. So delicious. Anyway, we're going to add a bunch of peach flavor to this because some of the commenters on the internet were like, it doesn't taste peachy enough. I don't think I like it. So, you know, people be having their opinions, and that's okay. So we've creamed together the butter and the sugars. We've added the flavoring. We're going to add some egg to this. People in the kitchen are forever guaranteed to be standing directly in front of whatever place you need to be next. Yes. PG is great. Wait, which PG? Sorry. Generally, we're like PG-13 here, but that's not what you were talking about. Wait, were you talking about these? The flavors I got at propylene glycol. See, you're in the biz. You're in the biz. I didn't get the shorthand around that. I was just like, PGs. What's a PG? Immediately after having just said propylene glycol and then making like a point about making a face about it. Anyway. Okay, so we added the egg. Now we add the flour. So we already pre-measured all of this, right? Allergic to PG, but I already knew I was allergic because it's cookies. Smells great. It does. It does. The kitchen really smells like baked peaches at the moment. Like it's intense. I can definitely tell. The lingo, right? Yeah, it's one of our moderators has a food science profession and was explaining to us earlier the difference between extract and flavor. Extract being from the thing that it says on the label, flavor being from science. It's a science flavor, not a real one. PGI and PGUSPK, which is the stuff that goes into food. I'm a nerd. Chemistry is my game. I love it, though. I have one of my closest friends is a chemical engineer. He's actually a brewer. We're going to meet him, by the way. We're going to meet my very, very close friend, James, on February 22nd. We're going to be streaming live from, let me get this right. It's a city in Canada. It's spelled Toronto, and I believe it's pronounced Toronto. Anyway, my friend lives in Toronto and is a brewer at a brewery there. We'll probably go visit his brewery because it's interesting, and he will take us all around. And where was I going with this? Anyway, sometimes he'll be talking to me about things, and I'm just like the puppy that's like, please just like me even though I'm an idiot. Because I am. Because he's a chemical engineer with 25 years of experience and a master's degree. Or no, yeah, master's or doctorate? Master's degree, and I got my degree in writing. So I don't understand what he's saying out loud. No, they don't pronounce the second T. I was corrected in chat, G. Smith, just as recently as last week. Wrong coast? I don't think there's any wrong coast. I'm just hoping that the Canadians are not angry at me when I get there. I, being American and all. Last thing in here, this is the mix of white chocolate, walnuts, and peaches. These are dried peaches that I've chopped up. If he's at a brewery in Toronto, I've probably been in it. I mean, it is definitely a brewery in Toronto. It's how we know if people are local or not. Yeah, I got corrected on stream the other day. I will say it Toronto now. Just pretend you're Canadian. Do I have to say sorry for mispronouncing Toronto? How would that work? Where your pride, where your pride here? Well, no, you didn't go for mango muesli. Fair. I do. I have a tendency to stick out sometimes. We're cool till we're not, right? Get the maple syrup cartel gonna get you. Yeah, and yes, I know that's a real thing. This is finished. We're good to go. So we're baking cookies today, and this is my dough. That kind of rhymed. It was very Seussian. Now let's put these in the oven and get started cooking again. Anyway, that was terrible. Batch number 2. Baking with the Lorax. I speak for the Johns. True. I'm gonna move this mixer off to the side because there is a slight chance I might want to make another batch of these. Time check. 16:58. Perfect. Okay. So these came out of the oven. These are good to go. I'm going to consolidate cookies now. We're going to start getting these onto the tray. These baked for literally like 1 minute longer than the other ones, and they are a whole shade darker. It's kind of wild. But they're looking good. Everything's looking nice here. So let's get started on this second batch. Where did I put the bowl? So I had a little bit of dough for my first batch, but I had run out of room. There was just like a tray. I had one tray and now I've just got like the rest of it. So I don't need to do any weighing in this point because I know that I want to have 55 gram cookie balls. So let's get our scale, and we're gonna start making cookie balls today. Scissorman, is the Cookie Club automatic? No. Well, some parts of it are. So I can explain Cookie Club a little bit. Basically, we do a monthly giveaway for cookies. Throughout the month, you can collect entries for that giveaway. So what it looks like at the end of the month is I have a bowl, a literal bowl. It looks like this with entries in it. Johnny, welcome in. Johnny, we're explaining Cookie Club, which is what we're doing today. Daiki, hello. Welcome. Mad Scientist, hello. Welcome in. Liz, thank you for the shout out. So we're explaining Cookie Club. Basically, so let me say hi to Johnny's stream though first, real quick. Friends, nice to have you. Welcome in. My name's Lou. This is a food and drink stream. We also do IRL, so it's a little bit of a variety, but we're in the kitchen making cookies today. Cookies are getting sent out to folks who are part of our community who got their name pulled out of the Cookie Club drawing last night, and we are making peaches and cream oatmeal cookies. I also do IRL streams out and about in the city of Philadelphia. Most of my streams are here in the kitchen making vegetable-forward family meals for myself, my partner, and our son. He's 9. And we're here making cookies today. And I'm explaining a little bit about what Cookie Club is. So you get entries. I pull the entries out. We do like 10 winners, and then those folks get cookies. How do you get an entry into Cookie Club? You can either, so each one of these little things represents one entry. So for example, this is an entry for being a subscriber. This is an entry for creating a clip. If you clip the stream, you get an entry. Here's one from last month for a raid. So Janu had an entry in Cookie Club for January, sorry, and also has one now for February. So you get entries in here. You get entries through a lot of different ways. You can subscribe, you can gift bits, you can donate to the stream, you can buy merch, you can level up in Discord, you can recruit a friend or a raid, you can check in, you can use channel points, plenty of different ways. Exclamation point cookies in chat if you'd like to have all of the information about that. Welcome in, though. Stop me, Smee. Stop me, Smee. Don't stop me, Smee. Don't try to stop me this time, Smee. Try to stop me. Smee, try to stop me. I know where your name's from. I love it. I love it. Smee, you better get up off your ass and get over here before I... Man, I just had like a whole monologue from Hook, just like... right past my face. It was amazing. All right, so we're gonna make some cookies now. That's the next step. We're already making the cookies. We've already got a bunch of them. They're over here on the tray. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. I should also note, I think I said this before, that follows are silent if you're a lurker like myself and you get anxious about hitting the follow button on someone's channel because it's new and you don't know what they're going to do. You don't know if they're going to ask you to like do something in chat. For me, my quite literal nightmare is going into a channel and following and then having the streamer be like, hey, now you got to play the game. And you're like, no, never mind. We don't do that. If you follow, I will only say anything when you chat for the first time. And there's no alerts and nothing will happen in chat. It's like it doesn't actually happen, except it does. So Sofa, we did try one. They were very good. I tried one of the ones that was from the first batch. Not the first batch, sorry. I tried one that was from... I tried the first one that came out where I decided to make it a little bit larger. I did not try one of the ones that was large. Daiki, you said cookies to Norway. I would send cookies to Norway. I would probably ask for a little bit of help with the shipping cost on that, but I'm happy to send cookies wherever I can legally send them. I will send them to Canadian winners with no additional help. But for any other like international, I would send it, but I would ask for help with this with the shipping. Not, I mean, yeah, like it could be a joke, and that's totally fine. But I did have an answer. I do have a real answer for that, which is yes and. Just like all good improv, right? Yes and text hello, howdy, welcome in. So we're making cookies today. Here's a different view. Oh wait, hold on. Let's move that over there. There we go. Here's a slightly different view of the cookie making process. All right. So each of these cookies is 55 grams. We're measuring. We're measuring because we want these to be uniform. That's important. I could save you the cash and meet you in South Philly. I have easy access to South Philly. South Philly is like so big and so residential. I'm excited, Johnny. I'm really hoping for a good result on Sunday. I know the sports is not everyone's cuppa, and it certainly isn't mine. I don't give a damn about sports or like any of it. I can't name you sports players or any of that, but I am rooting for the Eagles because that's where I live. And I'm excited, I hope, if things go well. If things go well, my main motivation is to go down to Broad Street and like just see the humanity. See the humanity. And if there is a parade, I'm going to cover it. I'm going to do an IRL from the parade. I would do it. I would do that live. Because I think that would be fun. I think I would. I don't know. I didn't go... The last time that anything important... I've never been to a Philly sports parade, even though I've lived here when they've had them, because I don't really, again, see for reference, me not caring. The Superb Owl. It's going to be a hoot. Hey, Scissorman, thank you for the gift sub to Mix. We appreciate it. Be careful if they lose. Liz, if they lose, I'm not going to go live stream. If they lose, I'm not going to go out. Like, for sure, 100%, probably, well, not 100%, but it's unlikely that I would go out in Philly on an Eagles loss in the Super Bowl. I just don't, I wouldn't be in the mood for that, and I don't think I would encounter anybody who wanted to be on camera. I think that is my thought. I know you care about my safety, and I appreciate it. I always appreciate when folks are like ask about things like that, because it does make me, if I hadn't already thought it through, it like compels me to do so in that moment and consider what I'm actually thinking and doing, which, you know, doesn't always happen. It does some of the time, most of the time. I'm pretty considered in general, but I'm very much hoping that there is a Sunday evening celebration, because I think that would be really fun to go down and check out. And that I would also, if there is a Sunday celebration, I would live stream that, or I would try to live stream it. I don't know how well it would work to live stream it, honestly, because the cell phone reception on Broad Street when there's a big crowd is very bad. There was some times during the Mummers Parade where I like lost a little bit of signal, and it would be immeasurably more dense network usage than that. Okay, here's our cookies. These are about to go in the oven. Odie, welcome in. Hello. Here's some cookies. Which one do you want? Better late than never. I agree. And there's no attendance policy, of course. So, late is relative. All right, 13 minutes on the timer. There's some things in LA I wanted to do on 10, but I feel uneasy knowing which way it will go, if that makes sense. Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I'm a little nervous around the potential for like going out on Sunday evening in Philadelphia, only because Philly people are nuts. Only because we're crazy. But I think it's a difference of like crazy happy, right, is very different than like crazy angry. So I'm banking on crazy happy, right? Your connection during the Mummer thing was great. Yeah, it did. It held up pretty well. My actual connection on my cell phone, like my handheld, was struggling. And I know with the thing that I have, I could actually pay for better network access. Like the unit that I'm using is a live view unit. So like they use those in field production for like sports, right? And you can pay essentially their network to tap into a better, to prioritizing your signal. Which I'm definitely not going to do, because it's like, It's one of those things where they say, yeah, you could do it. Call us for pricing, which means it's too expensive for you. If you have to call for pricing, that means that it's unaffordable for an individual consumer. But it does have a large number of connections. So I'm using like 4 modems, which should be decent. And during that situation, I would also tether it to my cell phone data. So I'd have essentially 5 connections. We'll see. Peach is one of my favorites. I love them. This was a suggestion in Discord that I basically, like, I looked at the recipe and I was like, wow, these are super easy and they look really good. That's my favorite combo. I'll go to a thing, but just after dark. Parade is daytime fun. Totally. And the Mummers is a different type of celebration. When we were out on Broad Street after the last big game that they won a week and a half or whatever ago, it was like there was broken glass everywhere. It was pretty crazy. Not crazy. It was a very wild. And the difference with the Mummers is people get there and start drinking, right? Because it's like starts at like 8 a.m. So they get there and start drinking. The difference with these types of things is that like people have been drinking. So during that parade or during that Broad Street situation a week and a half ago, like people had been drinking all day, which is why it gets very wild, because like most of the people there are really, really ripped. Which as a completely sober person is always a bit jarring, but I think it's kind of fun. Also, I am completely sober in that experience, so it's a bit I feel like I have my faculties about me. Liz says, I hope they win for the sole reason I'm over Kansas City and think there's something shady going on behind the scenes in the NFL as a whole. I don't care about the NFL. I don't even really have an opinion about it. If the NFL stopped existing as an organization and American football went away entirely as if it had never existed right now, my life would not change. It would be better, in fact. But that's not how it works. So I'm just rooting for the team in the city I live in, because that way the city's nicer. Johnny says, I used to do July 4th at the art museum. Yeah. The art museum's wild. The like party on the Parkway. My favorite on July 4th is going to South Philly and watching the fireworks over South Philly, because everybody like has street fireworks and they start setting them off like at dark, and then for the next like 2 hours there's just like little fireworks popping off everywhere. Ducky Star, welcome in. Hello. Tatsu says same here, but with soccer, fans here are insanely violent when it comes to teams and games. Oh, probably even more. I would imagine like soccer fans in parts of the world are far more like just what's the word? I don't even want to say violent, passionate, right? Far more passionate. Our city people enjoy climbing the light poles, like for real, like climbing up on the light poles. So much so that they do grease the light poles so that it's harder to get up in some circumstances. They probably will grease the light poles on Sunday, if I'm guessing. They've done it before for other major events. It's always kind of funny. All right, so we're pushing in on these guys. We're almost there. This doesn't feel like enough cookies. So I've got 2 more trays. I've got this tray in the oven. I've got this tray here. And then I've got whatever is left in here. I'm going to grab another smaller sheet pan. And just put my next round of cookie balls on here. So I'm going to keep rolling these because Because I am. Right. Johnny says the Christian temple died and fell off the traffic light. Yeah, I know. I definitely, I saw that news. That was very intense. Yeah, student from Temple University fell from the top of one of those traffic lights. And there's a literal video of it. I don't know if it's still online. I mean, it's not like there's a real reason to look it up, but it is, yeah, I mean, it's intense. You gotta not climb the lights. You really gotta stay off the light poles. It's just not a good thing. I saw in New Orleans, they put out like some public safety notices or whatever about like, hey, Philadelphia fans, like, please don't climb our light poles. They're older than yours. Fajitas for dinner, Kathy. Enjoy dinner. Fajitas sounds good. I would like some fajitas. I would definitely eat fajitas for dinner. Now I'm like now thinking about dinner because I didn't meal plan for tonight. Scissorman, thank you for coming through. I appreciate you. Thank you for the gift subs. Thanks for saying hi. It's good to meet you. Happy to have you around. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. I like your flag. I will be visiting your country very soon. February 22nd. Actually, I'll be there a couple days around that, but that's just the day that I'm going to stream. Bella says your neighbor's in the late 80s and needs some help. As one would imagine, I imagine I will need help when I'm in my late 80s. A lot of trees and a bunch of branches broke. Oh no, decent firewood, yeah. That's good though. At least there's a little bonus coming out of it. Her husband died about 5 years ago and I think she's lonely. Yeah, I mean, I have to imagine that's true, right? I'm sure she appreciates the community, if not the company. Just like having someone else to help is huge. A couple decent burns in the fire pit and a little bit of help. That's a great outcome. I think you won some sort of like decency lottery. These absolutely smell like peaches right now. Like the dough is very peach smelling. Okay, I think we're gonna get one more ball out of here. Let's see. This might be an exact 55 gram ball. This last ball that came out of this bowl is 54 grams. Look at how perfect. Amazing. Oh man, fellas, I have to imagine that trying to get anybody help who's like in that experiencing homelessness or, you know, in any type of thing, like through state agencies like that, is just like trying to solve the labyrinth. I have to believe that because it is. I've never heard like a good story of someone being like, oh yeah, I needed to like got unemployment and it just like it was so easy to fill out all just the one form and you just happen. It's like, dude, come on. Nothing's that easy. All right, last few minutes for these cookies in the oven. We have one more full tray and another half tray. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have one more full tray and then a third or 2/3 of a tray. And then we'll be completely finished making the cookies, which is great. What else do we have to do today? We're going to make popcorn. We're going to make popcorn and we're going to package these cookies. The popcorn is for packing material. The cookies will be packed into the bags that we made at the very beginning of stream. We're going to do that in a few minutes. In between though, we're going to have a quick break here. We on this stream take a break every hour or so. We play a game, 2 games of Words on stream. We run a 3-minute ad on Twitch. If you're watching on YouTube, there's no ad. Sorry, there's no pre-roll ads, but we do an ad it kind of in the middle of the stream. At least it's predictable. We play Words on stream, and you don't miss anything because I'm just going to do some washing up over at the sink while that happens. Anyway, there's no ads on YouTube. If you want to hear me ramble during this time and you're not a subscriber, now is a great time to go subscribe on YouTube. Otherwise, hang out here for just a few minutes. We'll be back. We're going to pop a game of Words on stream onto the stream right now. Here comes Words on stream. Here it comes. Here comes a 3-minute ad on Twitch. In that time, I am going to get the cookies out of the oven because the timer's going to go off. But anyway, we'll be back in just a few moments here after a quick 3-minute ad. Okay? All right. BRB. We'll see you in just a second. Oh, Velos nailing it with cucumber. We're straight out of the gate. Look at you go.
Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
That was impressive, Velos. I love a just like coming out strong with the very first word. All right, my ice cream bucket is done. What do I need for my popcorn? Okay, those cookies in the oven need one more minute. Not quite there yet. Okay. One time auto cucumber comes through. This is fun. This is a fun observation and also correct. Correct. All right. We're just getting set up for the next thing here. Setting up for the next thing. I've got some vegetable oil. The only thing that goes on the popcorn is a little bit of vegetable oil while it's being made. I'll take one of those, So Fluff. Thank you. I saw that one. I saw it there in chat. I had to pick up on it. All right. We're almost there. These cookies should be just about finished. Last one. Okay, timer's off. Let's get these out of the oven. We've got another tray going in right away. Straight away. Yep, perfect. Okay, so these last two batches have taken 14 minutes, which is notable. It's okay. We're still going to do 13 minutes though, because that is the right move. Okay, those get to rest on the sheet pan for just a minute. These can come back over here. Just trying to clean up a little bit as I go. Little incremental stuff. Things away, etc. Hey, if you were on Twitch, or if you are on Twitch currently, and you were experiencing an ad break, I appreciate your patience. Thank you for sticking around and hanging out. Ads aren't everyone's favorite. They're not mine, but we get through them, and we have them every hour. And they happen, and then we're over it. Then we get to play Words on stream, which is kind of fun. And y'all are very good at Words on stream, so it's impressive to watch and kind of fun. Let's see. I'll get one in here. Last guesses. In case anyone else wants to proffer a guess, as it were. All right. Nice work. Nice work. All right, we're gonna come back over here. I have cookies in the oven currently. I took these cookies out of the oven while we were experiencing an ad. These I'm gonna take off the sheet pan in just a moment. What we're gonna do, we have two things left on stream today. One, I'm gonna finish making these cookies. We're gonna finish making the cookies. But two, no, sorry. And I guess in that sense, we have three things left to do on stream today. We have to make the popcorn, which is the packing material for the cookies. So when you receive your Cookie Club cookies, they come in a little box and they come vacuum sealed. So you get to watch me seal them on stream, which is nice. That way, there's no funny business. Huh? But the cookies need to get packaged. So we're going to do that. And then we're going to make the popcorn and then we're going to package the actual cookies. By that point, they should have had plenty of time to dry out. What we're waiting on right now is for them to just not be hot anymore. Because when you package them and they're too hot, they end up getting steamy inside of the packaging. Like the heat that it gives off ends up being a lot. And then they get wet. And that's gross. So we don't want that. So we're not going to do that. We're going to wait until they're dry. What's for dinner tonight, Liz? No idea. I did not meal plan for tonight. Calvin finishes up his school day at 17:45 today. Gwen is going to go pick him up. He has nothing after that. So I don't know. Usually on Wednesday, usually on Tuesday, I'm making dinner. So Tuesday is a very normal dinner time stream day. It's not a normal no dinner stream. So it's going to be a little confusing when he comes home. He's going to be like, why are you not streaming? I might still be streaming by the time he gets home, but I don't think so. Regardless, I'm thinking that for dinner, we will probably have freezer pizza. I would also be willing to make grilled cheese, because that's easy. It's easy when you don't do it on stream. What else is in here? There's soup. There's 2 different kinds of soup in here. 3 different kinds of soup. And there's always dip dinner. Liz, exactly. Yes. There is always dip dinner. So I don't know what dinner's going to be. It's going to be easy, whatever it is. It might be carry out, but I don't know. I feel like we had carry out recently, and it bothers me to get it more than once a week, just because it's not in any way economical. It's so expensive. Grilled cheese and soup is always a winner. Yesterday you had the super sandwich. Yes, we did have a super sandwich yesterday, and you know what? Gwen and Calvin both liked it. Once again, they enjoyed it, which once again was a surprise to me. Because the first time I made it, I was like, there's no way they're going to eat this. And Calvin was all about it, right? And then I had the same thought. I was like, Gwen's not going to like this. This is like tomatoes and beans and kale, right? And she did pick some of the tomatoes out, which fair. But overall, it was well received. So I was pleased. I was very pleased. What is dip dinner? Great question, Mrs. Handy's Kitchen. Dip dinner is when I put a sheet pan out on the counter and I take everything that I can out of the freezer that could be a frozen meal. So, for example, I set the oven at 420, by the way, just Oven is at one temperature. Onto a sheet pan, I will put fish sticks, pierogies, onion rings, tater tots, French fries. Did I say chicken strips? I did. What else? What else can go in dip dinner? Occasionally, I'll cut up like some vegetables. Like I'll cut up like some carrots or something. But put all that on a big sheet pan, like one of these sheet pans. Just like fill this sheet pan with stuff from the freezer. Put it in the oven at like whatever temperature is in the middle of all of those directions, and then cook it for whatever time is in the middle of all those directions. It all kind of comes out anyway. Some of it's like a little overcooked, some of it's like perfect. But then we take all these little cups that I've got going on out of the drawer, and then all of the condiments out of the fridge. The ketchup, the mayonnaise, the ketchup, the mustard, the barbecue sauce, the A1, the gochujang, the Cholula. I'll take some mustard or mayonnaise and mix that with ketchup to make like a fancy sauce. And then it's just dip dinner. So everybody gets a couple cups. We sit the sheet pan in the middle of the table, and you just kind of like eat off the sheet pan. And it's about the easiest dinner you could make. It's just made special by calling it dip dinner. The carrot risotto was requested again. The tuna lentil pasta, yes, also requested again. The tuna lentil pasta was less well received because Gwen, I think the tuna is always not divisive, but it's just less popular. That carrot risotto was shockingly popular, though. I was absolutely floored at the fact that everyone liked that. Sometimes you hit a winner and it's just like, oh, I didn't realize, you know, like in baseball, you kind of stick the bat out and sometimes you hit a home run, right? I think. I always hear the announcer like, you just put his bat out over the plate. I love the sheet pan dinner, Velo says, and I do it often. It's a good one. It's super easy. How could you not? I don't think I'm going to need to make another batch of cookies. So we're going to take this butter and put it away. I'm going to take this tray and move it over here. So we're going to consolidate now. Here's what we're doing. We're going to consolidate things on the counter. Then I'm going to make the popcorn. The popcorn does not need to be made right now, but hold on, what does this go to? Yeah, that goes to the mixer. Okay. I'm not going to pack these on stream, but again, much like the cookies, cooling down so that there's no condensation in them, I want the popcorn to cool down too, so that the inside of it's not like steamy on the inside of the box. There was 1 month, and I think I remember which cookies. I think it was the lemon raspberry cookies that I made that were already very soft. And when I packaged them that month, they were a little bit warm, and they ended up being a lot softer than I wanted them to because of the condensation. So every month when I send these cookies out, I also keep some for myself, and I open a pack of them like a week or so after I sent them. So basically, like, once I think everyone has gotten them, and I don't confirm that even though I have tracking numbers because like I'm not going to put all that on I'm not going to, because logistics. But like a week after, I will unpack a pack and try them. And there was 1 month where I was like, oh, wow, these were definitely too warm when I put them in there. Spring rolls, Tatsu, spring rolls would be an amazing addition to dip dinner, actually, and super easy. So would pizza rolls. So would pizza bagels. Anything that you can put on a sheet pan that you can also dip. It's the dipping is the important part. Can we eat the popcorn, Angry Rook? Yes, you can. You can totally eat the popcorn. It's this month. It happens to be Bob's Red Mill white popcorn. Usually I buy the cheapest popcorn that I can find, which I also have, which was like just cheap yellow popcorn from the Head Nut. But a month ago, I couldn't find any popcorn except that one, so I have it for the but the popcorn part is super easy. So once I take these cookies out of the oven, we're going to move the camera over to the popcorn and we're going to start doing it there. In my head, I'm thinking of spring rolls having the clear, chewy outer layer, where an egg roll is the fried kind that would use a freezer version. Nope, Liz, I think you're right. When I read spring rolls, I thought of egg rolls too, but I think you're right in what you're saying. I'm pretty sure that's correct. Sam McKeon, welcome in. Hello. Sam McKeon, that is 20 check-ins. That's a Cookie Club entry. That is a Cookie Club entry. Blue-Eyed Nerd, I love Bob's Red Mill. Get their cornbread mix. I wouldn't generally buy like Bob's Red Mill popcorn to use as packing material. I would probably buy like, I don't know, Bob's Fading Red Wagon popcorn or whatever. But again, I had the situation where it was like, I needed popcorn for packing material, like literally that day. And that was the largest one that was available to me. It was either that or like bags of popcorn, like popcorn bags, like snack bags, which was not the move. Those needed another minute, so we're gonna leave those go. The next one, I'm just going to set for 14 minutes because that's what they've been taking, and I'm going to trust that the next ones are going to take that amount of time too. So the popcorn will not take very long, and while we're doing the popcorn, I should be able to start packaging some of these. The popcorn is funny. I almost always make the popcorn in the morning. I was gonna make it this morning, and then I didn't. I decided to work out this morning instead, right? Because that was better for my mental health than making popcorn. So basically with the popcorn, we're going to make enough to fill this bowl, and that'll cover me for all the packages that need to go out. So super easy. These cookies in here are definitely done. They are done. Great. Let's get the last tray in the oven. We're going to put a 14-minute timer. We're going to move these away. Hello, Daisy. Daisy's here. Oh, there was someone in chat earlier who was like, did I see a dog? Yes, you did. Here she is. You can see her reflection. You can see her reflection and her little snout. You can see her little snout. Turner asks, random question, but does anyone know if cooking can kick off a fragrance allergy? Well, I don't know. I don't know if it can kick off like a fragrance allergy for the first time, if it can be like the catalyst for it happening. I don't know. I would imagine so. I mean, I would imagine so, because like it's still coming through your olfactory senses, right? I had no idea. It's a fascinating question. Ow! Ooh! Just pinched my hand. Okay. Let's get some popcorn in. So here I'm gonna just like we'll do a little slow tutorial on the popcorn situation. So hold on. There we go. Okay. Well, Sorry for all of the camera moving. It's, oh, hold on. I know why it's not moving in the direction I think it should be. There we go. Okay. There we go. I had it like centered to when I put it in the oven, I turned it upside down. And that obviously was inverted. Okay, so I'm just taking the pan, I'm adding a little bit of vegetable oil to it. I'm gonna turn my burner here. I know from previous experience that my popcorn in this pot works best at about a 3. So I'm gonna turn that to a 3. I'm going to get out my 1/4 cup measure. And I'm gonna take, basically I'm gonna measure out a 1/4 cup of popcorn. A little bit more is usually, I do like a 1/4 cup and then like another little half scoop. But in order to get started here, so this is a pretty heavy bottomed pan. So we're going to take a couple kernels of popcorn and just put them in there. And we're going to let that go just like it is on the stove on a very low setting until those kernels pop. So once those kernels pop, then we'll be able to add the rest of it in there. And then for the next few, for all the next batches of this, I'm not going to do the test kernels. I'm just going to put the popcorn directly in and toss it around in the oil because the pan's not going to be off the heat for long enough. It's still going to retain a lot of that residual heat in the heavy bottom. And so it'll come up to temperature a lot quicker the next time. This takes a little while. It takes like 3 or 4 minutes to get up to the temperature where the popcorn will actually pop. So, Tatsu says here spring rolls are fried in a thin wheat-based wrapper or wrapped veggies with the rice disc. Egg rolls are fried and wrapped in a wheat wrapper that is thicker and can have beef or pork and veggies. I think, yeah, the spring rolls, I think, like Liz was saying, are typically rice paper wrapper, like the clear rice paper wrapper is kind of what I think most folks would consider. There we go. Okay, and we can see those popcorn kernels in there, can't we? Yeah, we can. Cool. These cookies have been here on the counter. These ones are the first full batch through, and they are cool. They're physically cool enough that we could start packaging them. Now, some of these other ones are also similarly cooled down. So basically, like the first 2 trays worth of cookies, I could and am going to start packaging. But let's rehome some of these because I need a place for the ones that are on the tray. And then ultimately, I'll need a place for the ones coming out of the oven as well. All right. These are fun. I love an oatmeal cookie. I'm a big fan of these like chunky oatmeal cookies that are filled with like different stuff. The peach in here, I just took like a teeny little piece of one of these and popped it in my mouth. And the peach is very chewy and really nice in there. Pretty happy with what these have turned into thus far. All right. So popcorn is coming along. I got 4 kernels in here. I can see that they're starting to sputter. And they're starting to, oh, one of them just pops. Yeah. 2. Got 2. I have another one. As soon as they pop, we'll, that was 3. Where's my fourth? Where's that fourth kernel? Come on, fourth kernel. There it goes. Okay. So, got 4 kernels in here. We're gonna do. I'm gonna take these out. 1, 2, 3, 4. No need to throw the chopstick in there. So then we're just gonna take a 1/4 cup of kernels plus like another little bit here. We're just gonna toss these around so they get coated in the popcorn or in the oil. And I'm going to give these a gentle shake so that they spread out as much as possible, because I want these to have as much individual surface area contact with the bottom of the pot. And then we just leave it like that. We're gonna leave this right on 3, right where it was. And I'm gonna get my next round of kernels measured out, and we're gonna let that go. So this is going to ultimately start popping. And as it starts popping, we're going to shake it. So we're going to keep it moving as it's going. While that's happening, I'm going to set up for the I'm going to set up for packaging these cookies. So we have our vacuum sealer ready to go. Right here. And our bags that we made at the beginning of stream are also ready to go. Here we go. Broccoli says, I need a break. I'm getting sleepy. I just polished off a bowl of spicy Japanese soup with glass noodles. Trying to stay awake, but getting a bit sleepy. Yes. Yes. I absolutely understand that. Take a nap. You got this. April, welcome in. How are you? I'm doing great. I'm doing great. You can call me Lou, by the way. I know it's weird. It's like Eat or Dads or whatever. I usually go by any of those things, but if we want to be friendly, Lou is fine. Dads is fine. Eat is good. Whatever, however you're comfortable. However you're comfortable. TBH. Welcome in. You can also just say, hey, you. Right. There's a guy at the playground yesterday. There's this guy who was like yelling at his kid, and he kept saying like, hey, you, come here, Lou, yo, come here. And I kept hearing him say Lou, and I was like, what? Fun fact, the guy's kid's name was Lou. So he was yelling at me. He was like across the playground, and I couldn't really tell. I couldn't hear it very well. Anyway, that's always fun when someone else at the playground is yelling your own name, and you're like, what? And then you realize they're talking to a 3-year-old. Tidy Whiteys, welcome in. Welcome in. Friends who are hanging out here. April is an IRL streamer out of New York City. We've rated them a couple times. Really high energy stream, and a great place to hang out. Especially if you like music and good conversation and walking around. Like, the combination of those 3 things is delicious. April's stream is fantastic. Liz, thank you for this shout out. Yes, please do go follow April Anonymous. They stream a couple of days a week. I don't know what your actual like time schedule is, if you have a like specific timing. But a couple of days a week, live in New York. Live from New York. It's April Anonymous. The popcorn is coming along. So here's where we're at. Let me like back up and give you the full outlay of like where we're at and where we're going. So first thing on stream, we made these plastic bags. These are for our cookie packaging. Then we folded some boxes. They look like this. The cookies come in here. Then we made cookies. There's quite a few of them. They're over here. There's a few that are still in the oven. I don't know if you could tell, but I just panicked. I just had a complete panic that I have an entire tray of cookies in the oven that I wasn't looking at or responsible. It's not taking responsibility for. I am taking responsibility for. We have a timer right here. So we made a bunch of cookies. 2 double batches. Made the cookies a little bit larger than they call for. So the double batches didn't make as many cookies as I was thinking it would make, but it still made enough that we're good to go for this month. Now we're making popcorn because inside of those boxes, in addition to a vacuum sealed plastic bag of peaches and cream oatmeal cookies this month, I use the popcorn for packaging material. So this is basically pretty much ready to go. Once the popping stops, we'll get some more oil in there. We'll get it dumped. We'll get more oil in there. Then we'll package a couple cookies. Then we'll go back to the popcorn. Then we'll be back here. So, Tidy Whities, would you like to hear my story about why I have, for all of my adult life, used popcorn as a packing material? Great, you do. Would you like to hear this story? The streamer asks, knowing that they're definitely going to tell the story anyway. Anyway, the reason we use the reason we use popcorn as a packing material is because I wouldn't have thought of this on my own, but when I was a kid, I was a senior in high school, might have been a junior. I had a science class. We had a project in that class, and the project was to create a container that you could put an egg inside of, drop it off the roof of the school, and have the egg be okay. Now, I did not do that ahead of time. So the morning that this project was due, I was like, oh shit, I'm supposed to do this. And my mom, in her wisdom, if I recall correctly, because I don't think I came up with this, was like, just use popcorn. Like, it's great. You can use popcorn for this purpose. And so I took one of those like baseball card boxes, or like card boxes. If you've ever seen like the boxes that cards come in, they're like long and narrow. I had one for, well, I don't even remember why. Anyway, I took one of those boxes, I filled it with popcorn, and I put the egg in like a sock with popcorn around it in the middle of the box, and just like taped the box shut. And that was it. I was just like out the door. It was like the amount of time that it took to make popcorn was as long as it took me to make this project. Anyway, that egg did not break. It was fine. I got 100 on my project, or whatever the good grade was, an A or something, who knows. And when I was thinking back, when I first did Cookie Club, the first month I did Cookie Club, I was like, what can I use as a packing material? Well, what happened was I was looking on Amazon for packing material, and it was like peanuts and whatever, and I was like, I can't put this in here. This is like, I don't want to send I don't want to keep sending plastic out into the world like this. This is nuts. And I thought about my senior year science experiment and how popcorn was such a good packing material for these eggs. I was like, man, these cookies are going to be great. So that's it. That's the reason I use popcorn, because I messed up a science project in senior year in high school, and now I just use popcorn for packing material. So yeah, not really an exciting story, but there is an actual like legit reason for the popcorn. I don't know. That's it. That's the reason. I think it's genius. I appreciate it. I thought it was very pragmatic because popcorn's super cheap. Super, super, super cheap. All right, let's start packaging some of these cookies, shall we? These are going to recipients from our cookie club this month. Our cookie club is the monthly giveaway. So we did our drawing, we drew names last night. Now I'm just packaging cookies to send out to folks. Let me gut check this. 1, 2, 3. I think I have 20 in this pile. I should have 20. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold on. It's hard. I put these gloves on and now I don't have my fingers to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 23 times 2 is 46. So I should have enough cookies for all of this. Yeah. Yes. Okay. We should have enough cookies. The popcorn's going. So as soon as the popcorn starts going, it's basically like you got to kind of babysit it a little bit. But let's get started packaging these cookies because I can hit seal and then I can seal and shuffle and seal and shuffle and seal and redo, etc. Okay, so these should be nice. They're pretty solid now. They're a little bit soft in the center still because they're just like oatmeal cookies, but they're not warm anymore. So we should not be getting. Oh wait, no, I don't want to seal. Report. Okay. There we go. Now I want to seal them. I want to vacuum them and then seal them. Thus, vacuum sealed cookies. Hold on. This is not. Sometimes a little things like little blocks get in there. Okay. It was not holding the vacuum seal. There we go. Okay, that's better. That's better. Yeah, these are sealing really nicely right now. Now that they're dry, just like a little bit soft in the center, but that doesn't really matter all that much in this case. There we go. That is one pack of cookies ready to go out. I should do in chat. I should do the if you're here and you won cookies, you can claim your bag. Like, I want that one, and I'll write your name on it. I've thought about doing that, but I haven't. It's just a thought. I've thought about a lot of things, if I'm being real honest. It could be fun. I could totally do that too. It wouldn't be any harder than what I'm doing currently. I would just need a Sharpie handy. That's it. That's the only change. All right. I'm going to give that popcorn a shake in just a second. All right. No more cookies just yet. This popcorn's about to be finished. I say no more cookies just yet, but I'm going to do one more here. I'm going to do one more. And y'all talking about allergies and scent-based stuff. It's so wild to me. I have so poor a sense of smell that it's almost non-existent. Really, truly, it's not even a thing. Which would be wild to have some sort of allergy in that scenario, because if you can't smell something, you could still have the allergy, which would be that would be unfortunate, wouldn't it? All right, I want to wipe the pan out. So the popcorn process: you wipe the pan, you re-oil the pan, you add a little more than a quarter cup of popcorn kernels. You shake them so that they're completely covered in oil. You shake the pan lightly so that they spread out. Put the lid on, and you wait for the magic to happen. That's it. That's it. Microwave seems even more finicky somehow. You have to like, I don't know, unfold it and get it right. And Lord knows you can't use the popcorn button on the microwave or else it's going to overcook or undercook or something. Something. It's I've made like fresh popcorn for snacks for a while. It's nice because you can also make like a lot more of it. Like you can make more. Like microwave popcorn, you need like 2 bags for it to be satisfying for like 2 people. Maybe y'all just don't eat popcorn like Gwen and I. But I love homemade popcorn. My friend Megan Splawn in chat is not in chat currently, I don't think. Megan, if you're here, hello. But my friend Megan is a popcorn like devotee and loves that as like the family snack. Like her whole family is like all about popcorn. It's so funny. Also, you should go follow Megan. Here's a link for you. Megan is a fellow food person, a baker, a writer, a recipe writer. One of my close friends on the internet. Megan is one of those friends who I made on the internet who transcended that friendship into like real life. We've met in real life before. I've been to Tennessee to hang out. Good people. Gloy Nerd, you have your own popcorn machine. Is it one of those like the ones that you like, the air pops that you like put the popcorn in and it kind of comes up and out the chute and you just put the bowl underneath of it? I love those. I've seen those before and those are kind of amazing. I love that you don't need any oil for those too. Tatsu, the hot air and the heat. Yeah, that's what those are the nice ones that you don't, there's no oil. You can't really pop in a pot like I'm doing here without oil. It doesn't, I've tried it. It doesn't work very well. Can confirm your popcorn packing is good. Yes. Thank you, Sita. I appreciate that. I've been like, the popcorn packing was something that started with the first Cookie Club distribution. The very first one. I think it was either MX Phoenix Dog in chat, or Sofluff who got the literal first popcorn package, or the first Cookie Club package. The first month that I did Cookie Club, only one person was like, I want cookies. Because it was brand new. But yeah, I remember it was the first month, there was like literally one person was like, I'll have cookies. That seems legit, stranger from the internet. You can mail me things. Tatu says the popcorn machine I have is not an air popper. It's made with this popcorn made with this always tastes burned. What kind of machine do you have? The one I have the stir crazy, a sphere with the bottom half being the hot plate. Okay, does it move the popcorn around for you then? I'm assuming like it keeps it in motion. I'm imagining it sort of like a coffee roaster. If you've used or still remember one of those. Liz says, I still remember the joy of being a kid and getting to go to Blockbuster, looking on the shelves to see if there were copies of the movie behind the main display one. And if I was really, really lucky, we were allowed to buy a popcorn at checkout. Liz, I think we experienced the same childhood because I remember Blockbuster. I remember going to Blockbuster, especially on nights where I was going to have a babysitter and I got to like pick out like 2 movies. The nights where I was going to have a babysitter was the night that I got the night that I got Twizzlers. That was like a lock. Twizzlers and delivery pizza, 2 movies from Blockbuster. Mom's going out. I don't know where she was going. I know now that she was going out with her friends, and there was nothing salacious about it. But anyway, wait, why did I start talking about my mom going out? Blockbuster. I was talking about Blockbuster the other day. We were watching a movie. We were going to watch a movie, and I was like, oh, why isn't it available for free anywhere? What the fuck? I was like annoyed. And Gwen was like, just let's imagine. It's like going to Blockbuster. And I was like, right. But you didn't have to pay to get in the door at Blockbuster. You just walked in and rented the movie. I already paid to get in the door of this app. This here app that's now charging me money. Amazon. Greedy ass. I don't even remember what movie were we watching. I forget. All right, another round of popcorn going in. So far, this is coming along. We got whoa, that's hot. We got a big bowl of popcorn here. You never had a Blockbuster. It was just called Video View. We had one that was called Video Tonight that was closest to my house. It was the closest movie rental place. I miss picking out a movie at the rental store, Blue-Eyed Nerd. Right? It spins. Yeah, it's kind of like a coffee roaster then. My mind is having trouble computing that my laundry is clean when it smells like nothing. I didn't realize how much you're allowed in scents in laundry. Interesting. That's fascinating. I've used the all scent-free detergent for a long time. I hate when my clothes smell like fresh clothes. I don't want them to smell like anything. Liz, it was a good night. It was a good night. Pizza, 2 movies, got the snacks. Amazing. The smell of Blockbuster. Well, not everything is great. The rug smell. Yeah, and it was like the bowling alley rug, where it's like you could just drop a pot of like chili on the thing and no one would even notice if you just stepped all over it. Liz says, my niece doesn't believe me that Netflix used to mail DVDs to your house. I think they still do. No, not them. Who am I thinking of? Redbox. You can still get rental DVDs, which is wild. The mom and pop stores were always fun. Tell you what, do you have a Blockbuster card? I know I still have mine. I still have my Blockbuster card. I know where it is too. It's in a box in the basement. It's in a storage box, basically, with like things from my youth. It's in there with like my 5th grade science project, my science projects and what have you. It's a marker of times gone by. Well, these cookies are, knock on wood, they're packing up nicely. The worst part about thrifting clothes is it's impossible to get the fragrance out. That is true. Thrifted clothes always have the specific scent of the thrift shop. Liz says, I want my clothes, blankets, and towels to smell like something nice. You're not the odd one out. I think that's most people. I feel like a lot of people want, they sell all sorts of stuff. Scented, right? I don't know. I'm not like sensitive to it, but what happens is if my laundry, I have a really terrible sense of smell anyway. And if my shirts and clothing like have a strong specific smell, it precludes me from being able to smell like other stuff in the world. Because it's just, the scent of my shirt is the only thing I can smell in general. So for me, it's more annoying only because it then becomes the only thing I smell that day. Right? Mine's in a drawer in my bedroom. Gotta know what it. Listen, like if you know where your Blockbuster card is, that's commitment to the nostalgia bit for sure. I like my clothes to smell nice but not strong. That's fair. Gwen likes the scented stuff. She's very. Gwen would buy the scented detergent, but I do the shopping, so we get the non-scented detergent. So anyways, I like my clothes to not have any smell. Yeah, I don't want my clothes to smell like fresh linens or whatever. I want to be able to smell the world outside, and I just won't be able to if it's not if it's scented. Did I turn the oven off? No, I didn't. Do I have any cookies in the oven? No, I don't. Good. All right. We're getting there with the packaging. We're almost there. We're almost there. Do you use dryer sheets? No, I don't use dryer sheets at all. I don't. I don't use dryer sheets. I separate my lights and darks, but that's about the extent of it. No, I just like to have no scented laundry. I'm very, very basic and plain in that regard. Very, very plain. Dryer balls. I do have dryer balls, but they're not scented. They're just like basically large spiky tennis balls. But they don't have any scent to them. They're just for the purpose of wrinkle reduction. Yeah, the wool dryer. I got you. I understand what those are. Yeah, I've got the ones that are rubber, but sometimes I'll throw tennis balls in there. Usually if I need something to like be wrinkle free, I'll throw like a wet towel in there along with it. Okay, these are done. So wipe out the pot. Add the oil. Add a little more, a quarter cup, and a little extra. Shake to coat. Swirl to even out around the bottom. Lid. Next batch. You had to get rid of your floss. Twinrella, you had like an entire restructuring of your like life, which obviously is still ongoing. I don't know how I would get rid of all the scented things in my life because honestly, I don't smell them. Like I wouldn't have a hard time doing it. I'd have a hard time identifying which things in my life were like the scented things. Yeah. Cita says, I'm highly sensitive to scents. It bugged me so much when Tide switched their formula and it smelled different, but no one else could tell. Finally, when the brand said, yeah, it changed, I was like, see? Yeah, right? It's like getting Lyme disease. And you're like, finally, someone actually understands me. Liz says, I think it would be hard to be allergic to red dye, at least until our food laws change. Given the current environment. Right. Given the current environment, I don't imagine that happening. I don't imagine it to be getting any stricter / regulated at all. Tatsu, you're allergic to wool. Oh no. They said no, my body said otherwise, and the label was 5%. Man. That sucks. Being allergic to wool would be very frustrating. For me specifically, as a like outdoorsy person, I would be very upset. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, we're just doing these in piles of 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so we have 15. 15. Done. Let's give this popcorn a little shake. Shake and swirl. And we're almost finished. We're almost finished packaging these. Let's see if my Stream Deck works today. It does! Yay! All right. I fixed it. All the buttons on my Stream Deck broke yesterday. It was annoying. It has tutorial says it's been an education for sure. I changed every toiletry and things for the cats and cleaners. Yeah, and it's like every time you buy something now, you have to like also do that mental calculation. Are there any cookies left for home? There will be a few cookies left. Yeah, and Liz, I'm also packaging up some that are for a. Basically, I'm packaging up enough that everyone who wants cookies will have a package assigned, right? Some folks, and this may be a shock. Some folks win and then don't respond, which is totally fine. I don't send them anything. Usually, the folks that win who don't respond are folks that were gifted a sub, and I may change the rules around that. I may change the rules around that because that's unilaterally the case. The folks who 100% of the time, the people who don't respond are folks who are like not in the stream regularly, who maybe like pass through for like 1 or 2 streams and then were in the viewer list at the time that someone gifted some subs. So that's almost always the case. So the other thing is, though, that we have folks, I can't just look at the list. The hard thing in that situation is I can't just look at the list and say, like, if you were gifted a sub, it doesn't count, right? Because we have some folks for whom, like Lord Velos, for example, Velos won. I gifted Velos a sub. It shows up as a gifted sub, but like Velos is hangs out here regularly. Mix, MX Phoenix Dog, got a gifted sub today. Regular on the channel. Like, I wouldn't want to be like, just because you got a gifted sub means you can't get cookies, despite the fact that you hang out here regularly. So there's like, to me, there's like a line there. And so far, I've just been on the side of like, all right, if you get a gifted sub, your name goes in the hat too, and that's fine. And maybe some months folks don't respond. So, Darlio, popcorn is my favorite snack. What do you like on your popcorn? Do you put anything on it specifically? I'm a butter Old Bay person myself. Took 2 weeks to find a specific kind of soap that she needs for acne that was both fragrance-free and in stock for less than $1 million. Right. And if you try to buy it somewhere that's not on Amazon, it's probably even more elusive. Plus, you can't guarantee the Twitch is going off viewers. It can be random. I have mine turned off to give me subs to channels I don't follow, but you have to go in and turn it off manually. That is true. I also have that turned off on mine. That is definitely a very good setting to turn off. It keeps you from getting like random gift subs. To me, it's more like it keeps other people who are more regulars in the channel available for the subs versus like me, who just popped in to see what the stream was all about once and like it hasn't come back, Right? Oh, slow. Tatsu says, if I get the subs to channels that I just checked out for a couple of minutes, like, thanks, but I wish an active viewer would have won the sub. Yeah, totally. I would love it if you could gift multiple subs to a list of people whose names you import. I think that would be amazing, right? Because then you could gift like you could do like a five, you could do 5 gift subs or whatever the common, whatever, however generous you were feeling, and then have those subs go to like 5 specific people who were in chat at that moment who were like actively chatting. Like that would be pretty fun. I would love that. I would love to see that update. And I think that update would actually, I feel like that would increase the amount of overall gifted subs on Twitch, but what do I know? I'm just here doing my thing. I don't know all the answers. So, shake the coat, swirl to spread, lid back on, next batch in. Easy, right? Dahlia says, I put dill pickle powder in my popcorn. Hell yeah, you do. That is a winning move. Tatsu, where's the setting? I don't know where it is. I know that it is in yeah, it's in your like Twitch settings somewhere. I couldn't tell you because it was one of those things that I saw and turned off and like never thought of again. So I don't know exactly where it is, but it definitely exists. I can confirm that it exists. Security and privacy, Liz says. Moby, welcome. Hello. I also turn off the setting to hide how many gifted subs I give in a channel. Totally reasonable. I would turn that off too if I ever gifted subs. I do gift subs occasionally. I'll gift subs. I usually gift individual subs if I'm in someone's channel and I see that they are, I see that there's like, often it happens where someone will be like, oh, like, so-and-so's been around for forever, blah, blah, blah. And like, I'll see that person has a sub that like they're not currently subscribed, but like they've been in the community for a while, or the streamer will say like they'll clearly know the person, and occasionally I will gift that person directly a sub. I like when someone raids into a channel and they're not subbed. I like gifting the streamer that raided in a sub if it's a channel that I hang out in like regularly. My main thing that I like to do if I'm wanting to support a streamer is to donate to their to use their donation link anonymously. If they're live, I will always just gift something anonymously. Usually, if I want to feel generous towards another streamer, I will hit their donate link when they're not streaming. Because anxiety. Because I don't want someone to freak out about like me getting a donation on stream. I don't want to be called out, right? I don't want to be called out for donating. I do like once or twice a year, I will go in, and the streamers that I have a tier 3 sub to, I will usually like just donate some money to them like once or twice a year. Offline. Occasionally I'll do it while they're live, but always anonymous if they're live. Liz, I do that too, but I hate how PayPal puts me in the middle to email them. I know. It's weird and annoying. I don't really like PayPal very much, but it's one of those things that's sort of like omnipresent across the internet. So you kind of have to lean into it a little bit, which is annoying. You don't have to. You could not take PayPal, but then certain things like Stream Elements won't work. Dahlia says, I have anxiety, not just Lyme disease and mold illness. No, I get anxious about streamers. I get anxious like for the same reason that follows are silent here. By the way, I love lurkers. If you're lurking and not following, you can feel free to hit the follow button. I'm not going to say hi to you unless you chat, and nothing's going to come up on the screen unless you say unless you chat, unless you also like donate or whatever. But like I have it set like that because I don't like feeling recognized and like perceived in that way. You know, when I go in and I follow somebody and then the first thing that they do is ask me to do something or chat or whatever, I'm like, never mind. I definitely don't like donating or like giving money when someone's live. And it just, I don't know, it makes me feel weird. It makes me feel like I don't need them to respond. Like I wanted to support them because I liked them, not because I needed the like validation of their response. So Angry Rook says the setting is under Twitch settings, security and privacy, and privacy. So that's where you can go to turn it off if you don't want to be gifted subs to channels you're not following. That's a good one. I probably missed the talk about, and it feels iffy to ask since none of the tags say it. I know you make mostly vegetarian and vegan meals, right? Not saying I hate food without meat. Some dishes with peanuts and stuff can be really good, but because of my niece and stepsister, I have to learn to make vegan, vegetarian, and pescatarian food. Maybe I am not vegan and I'm not vegetarian specifically, but I do frequently make vegetarian meals inadvertently. I also less frequently, but still with some level of regularity, make vegan meals. So I feel you. I would say, yeah, Mondays was vegetarian. The last two things I've made have been vegetarian. Yeah, the last two things I've made have been vegetarian. Tomorrow, we're not going to be vegetarian. Tomorrow, we're going to be in on the meat train. We're going to be in on the meat train. Tomorrow is cheesesteak day. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We have one more round of popcorn, maybe two. Maybe two more rounds of popcorn. And then we're gonna finish up. So I can't snooze these ads any longer. So we're gonna do one more words on stream break, because otherwise I'm gonna get caught up like right towards the end here, and we're gonna have to run an ad in a really annoying time. So we're gonna do that right now. We're going to play a game of words on stream. I'm going to play a game of words on stream, and then we'll be back very briefly here. Have a 3-minute ad. That ad is coming at you right now. Words on stream is coming at you right now. We'll be right back. Hang out.
Hi.
See you in a
Welcome to
second.
another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Okay. We got... Oh, incense. So fluff. What a good word. We like that one. I love incense. SCENIC. Oh, it can't do that. I'm gonna steal one from SoFluff. There we go. Nieces. Good one. Oh, I could guess again. Damn. Seen, sign, since. 3 more 4-letter words. We can do this one, y'all. I believe that we need 2 more words. Fiend. Ices. The last one begins with an I. or an N. I think it's ins. Put it again. I'll put it. There it is. We did it. Good work. Good work. All right, one more. We got time for one more. Drop all this popcorn around here. Oh, hold on. I spilled popcorn all over the counter. You couldn't tell because I didn't say anything, but I definitely like spilled a bunch of this popcorn here. Let me clean this up because I can do one more round of popcorn after this. I have just enough that I spilled on the counter to justify one more round. Okay. Perfect. All right, popcorn's coming along in the pot here. I'm gonna do one more popcorn round after that, and then the popcorn will be done. Okay. All right, welcome back, y'all. If you were experiencing an ad break on Twitch, I appreciate your patience. No one likes ads. That is a fact. That is a fact. But they're over now, and we're just finishing this game of Words on stream. It's going very well. We have at least one more guess for everybody. Oh no, I should have got that guess in earlier. I could have had one more. I could have been a contender. Oh well. I wasn't. It's okay. It's okay. Diana, welcome in. Hello. Also, hello if you were just experiencing an ad break on Twitch. Thank you for your patience. All right. Good job today on Words on Stream, y'all. Had some good ones. We had some good ones today. Had some good ones. All right. Popcorn in this pot is finished. Finished. And let's do one more popcorn pot here. This will be the last one because this will also be the end of my popcorn from this bag, which is good. That's what we want. I want to use up all the popcorn. Oh, I put the wrong camera on, didn't I? Which one is the one I want? That's the one I want. Okay. So we shake to coat. Spread them out. Put the lid on. And we move on. All right. Things are Diana, I hope you had a lovely day in the what do you I was gonna say in the pit. Excuse me. The dog pit. I was thinking of like the dish pit because of the spray sink. Anyway, I hope you had a good one. I think that we're gonna raid here in just a few minutes. I think I know where we're gonna go. I think I would love to raid a stream that we don't usually get to raid because this person usually finishes streaming before I do. But they because I usually finish at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, but because I'm finishing earlier today, this is exciting. We are going to get to raid. We're going to get to raid someone who I don't ever get to raid, which I'm super happy about. And I can confirm that they're online. Yes, I knew it. Okay, good. I'm excited. Okay, here's the plan for the rest of the week. Tomorrow we're going to be back online doing our regular our
Let me call you
regular.
daddy, 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 daddy. Let me call you daddy, 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 daddy. Let me call you daddy.
Hello, guys.
Daddy, daddy.
Hello. Hello. That's never come up on my shuffle before. Just kidding. I'm not kidding. It hasn't come up on my shuffle before. Anyway, but welcome. Jordy, hello. Welcome in. We're working, we worked through Cookie Club today. So let me give you kind of the outlay. We made a whole bunch of peaches and cream oatmeal cookies. Lots and lots and lots of them. They're packaged. They're ready to go. I have a big bowl of popcorn here that is also ready to go. We're about to package things. And then we made the boxes too. So on stream today, I also made the boxes that they come in. So we did the whole thing. We did the popcorn, the boxes, we did the cookies. We're all ready to go. We're all ready to go. Today, though, we're finished stream. Tomorrow, we'll be back at 4 p.m. Eastern. Wait, tomorrow's Wednesday. Yes, we'll be back at 4 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. I'll pick up Calvin from school, and then we'll go home, and I'll start streaming. Tomorrow, we're going to do cheesesteaks. I said that we're going to do cheesesteaks if and when the Eagles made it to the Super Bowl. If you follow American professional football, you are aware that the Eagles are playing some other team in the Super Bowl, and so we're going to make cheesesteaks over it tomorrow because I don't give a shit about the game, but I love food. Anyway, tomorrow's stream is at 4 p.m. Thursday, we're going to be doing something IRL. It's supposed to be raining here. I don't know what we're going to do yet. But I have a bunch of ideas. These are all my IRL ideas. All of the IRL ideas. So we're going to do something from this sheet here. IRL Canada stream is going to be February 22nd is the day I'll be live. I'll be there for a couple days around that. But that's the day we're going to stream in Canada. Fog Ice asks you a lad that loves peaches and cream. Yes, I am. That's a reference to something else. I don't know what that reference is, and I hope I didn't just make it weird by saying I am a little lad that loves peaches and cream, but like honestly, my dad would like the popcorn mailed personally to her. We can allow that one. We can allow that one. It takes all types. I think you mean dog. Dog, not dad. Yes, in fact, you do. How about that? Paging Master Splits. I'm sure that Master Splits will be here tomorrow. Master Splits is usually here towards the beginning of stream, so I have to imagine they will be here for the cheesesteak. And if not, that's what the VODs are for. Pretty handwriting. No one's literally ever said that to me before. Wow, guys. My handwriting is not great, but I did make it weird. I'm sorry. I did. It felt weird. I saw aquarium. Wow, Angry Rock. Whew, your eyes. Good. Yes, aquarium is on the list. That is a potential. That is a possibility. That's an old Starburst commercial. Okay, so it's not nothing like deeply weird. Do you not recall the song Peaches and Cream? I do recall the song Peaches and Cream by the group 112. And we are definitely thinking of different things there. Toronto has a nice aquarium. I have never been. I know that I'm going to go to the big St. Lawrence market. I'm probably going to go to the CN Tower just because it's like touristy and fun. But I'm making plans. Jordy, if you have any recommendations of things to see, definitely let me know. Okay. Enough yapping. Creme de lish. Hello. You'll love the market. I've only been there once, and I went with a friend, and I didn't really get the chance to look around as much as I wanted to because we were like on a mission to find something. I'm looking forward to like actually looking around. I demand that you tap a maple tree and make your own maple syrup. Yes, please. That would be fun. Darlio, I am going to Toronto. I'll be there the weekend of February 22nd. I'll be there for a couple days surrounding that, but I'll be streaming live in Toronto on February 22nd. All things being able. Hopefully. Okay, let's raid today. We're going to raid our favorite friend, the Zachary Mike. If you've not hung out in Zach's stream before, it is super fun. Please go lurk. Please hang out. Please follow Zach. Zach is a big friend. Zach is a dear friend to this stream, multiple-time Cookie Club winner, many times raider. I love Zach's streams. I am going to lurk this afternoon, as I tend to do. And I never get the chance to lurk on Zach's streams live. I always have to watch the VODs, and the VODs are really fun, and you should definitely watch them too. But I'm looking forward to hanging out live. There are some raid messages in chat.
Okay,
Here are
bye.
some places you can find me on the rest of the internet, social media specifically. I personally am trying to get more traction on YouTube. If you could go follow that YouTube link, I would love it. Please go subscribe on YouTube. We'll be back tomorrow, 4 p.m. for cheesesteaks for
Take care now. Bye-bye
celebrating
then.
the Eagles being in the Super Bowl. Thanks for hanging out today. I appreciate y'all. Cookies will be mailed out tomorrow morning. If you're expecting cookies this month, your eyes on your mailbox this week. I hope y'all have a good rest of your day. Thanks for hanging out. It's been a good one. I appreciate you. Please enjoy, and we'll see you tomorrow if I don't see you in chat before then.
Visibly on camera. Oh my gosh, Ida Dads, thanks so